All right. Positive energy all the time. ITAL is vital. Hope everybody's doing great. Start the new year off right. Yeah, let's start the new year off right. Let's get that eating together. Health is wealth, so take care of yourself. Thank you all for supporting the channel. Happy New Year to you all from VeganIntel. Hope you have a great New Year. Hope everything goes great for you. And health is wealth. So I wish you much good health and plenty of wealth as you go into 2026. Keep a positive mind state through the ups and downs, and you will weather the storm. Always stay positive. Sometimes things will get bad, but you have to stay positive to be able to maneuver through it without making it worse. So come on in. Let us know you're here. Good to see you, Michael. Good to see you, XYZ. Who else is over here? Make some noise in the chat. Oh, yeah. So this is a heavy conversation right here. This is heavy. I seen a news article concerning this, but I didn't really overstand, because, we don't stand under. We overstand. So I seen the situation, but I didn't really know what was going on. What's up, Chris? Positive energy all the time. Got that third eye working. Good to see you, Rastaman. Rastaman, live up. Naughty Dread, don't give up. Beautiful and gorgeous April is here. Looking cutie pie. Look at the cutie pie. Yeah, our brothers better pay attention to these ladies over here. So I had to figure out what this was all about. because they were talking about with this whole new system, the cases of obesity in the United States is going to be 75%. Listen, this is crazy. This is so crazy, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. This is really a 911. I'm not exaggerating. I just found out this was a 911 about 40 minutes ago. I knew it was important, but I didn't understand what I was getting ready to tell y'all because I seen it on the news report. So I had to do some research to say, like, what does this mean? Right? This is so crazy. This is crazy. I'm telling you, man. When I went vegan in 1978, I didn't know what I was doing. I just knew Dick Gregory made a lot of sense and I just did it. And then I end up talking about it a lot. So I end up talking about it a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean a lot. I was constantly trying to help people and tell people about eating better, right? And I had a little method that I would use to tell people, do this, do this, do this, do this to go vegan. And I was going live and I was saying it and I was like, I'm getting tired of saying it over and over again. I should write it down. Yeah, I've been vegan 48 years now this year. Yep. This year makes 48 years. 2 more years will be 50 years. So I went and I wrote it down in a manual that is called The Easiest Way to Become a Vegan. Right? Because this was an ideology that I was talking about. And I decided, you know what? The best thing to do for the people is to write it down. So I wrote it down. So you can go to www.veganintel.com and get yourself a copy of The Easiest Way to Become a Vegan. It's a manual that gets right to the point, okay? I have it on like a cardboard where you could hang it up on your refrigerator. Now, this is the best way to eat better, okay? If you're trying to eat better, this is the best way to do it because this is a manual. It's not a book. So a manual, if you're putting together your children's toy, right? You open a manual and say, step A, do this. So you don't read step B, right? You just read step A, then you go put it together. When you get together, you read step B. Well, that's what this is. This is not designed. You could read it all the way through, but this is not how this is. This is designed for you to take one step at a time. Okay? So when you go to the first step, one thing you could do is get one of those refrigerator magnets and hang it up. And then you hang it up the first step, right? The first thing you have to do, right? And after, and all you do, that's all you worry about. Don't worry about step 2, step 3, step 4. Don't do that. That's why this is the easiest way. Only concentrate on step 1. The best way to clean up the way you eat is eliminate one thing at a time. Don't try to eliminate a bunch of stuff. You're going to fail. You're going to be half doing it. Eliminate one thing at a time. And when you eliminate the first thing, you keep eating everything else you was eating. You just eliminate that. That's it. So here the first step is, so the first thing you have to eliminate is pork. So what you would do is hang this up, and all you do is just don't buy no more pork. Eat all the fish you want, all the shrimps you want, all the chicken, all the beef you want. You see? Don't try to be a vegan right away. You're not. This is step 1. You're just trying to get off pork. And you do not try to get off anything else until you are 100% off of pork. 100%. There's no pork grease, no pork products in your products. You are eating nothing that contains pork, and you're not going to go back. And when you're confident, then you go to step 2. Okay? When you're confident with step 2, you go to step 3. This is very important, because if you go to step 3 and you fall off, go back to step 2. Don't go back to 0. So if you stop eating pork, then you go to step 2. Right? And you fall off. Then you just go back to just no pork. When you try to eliminate the second thing, if you don't do it, just go back to the fact that you eliminated the first thing and just stay there. Wait a little while, eliminate one thing like that. Right? So I had no idea that this was going to really be something that I was going to be promoting. These are everywhere. Oh, I mail out a lot of these. A lot of people have these, okay? And I do give out some. So when you buy them, it really helps, because when I order so many, I give a lot away free. So you're helping other people when you buy these, because these are not really money makers. So this wouldn't be a good idea to make money, because there's no big cost, so you can't make anything unless maybe you sell 1 million and all of a sudden or something you might have a little change. But other than that, this is not designed to make money, right? So get this manual. Now, the reason I'm bringing that up, because now we're here today, and I never would have known that we would be here today. Y'all is not going to believe this here. You not going to believe this. So, I'm going to walk you through this the way it happened for me. So I seen this article, and it says, a new definition of obesity could nearly double the prevalence of U.S. adults with the condition, according to a study published Monday. A team of researchers from Beth Israel Diaconus Medical Center, Harvard University, Yale University, and Yale New Haven Health found the BMI alone may significantly underestimate how many U.S. adults have obesity. Using a new definition that includes waist-based measurements, the team found that more than 75% of adults may meet the criteria for obesity compared to 40% when using BMI alone. So I said, whoa, 75%? So I decided to come over and talk to you wonderful people over here that are subscribed to Vegan Intel. But I don't understand what all that stuff meant. So I said, okay, what the hell is BMI? So I went and looked up BMI and said, to calculate BMI, you divide your weight by your height squared. So it's measurements based on how tall you are and how much you weigh. And once I seen that, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. I'm going to tell you why. More than 75% of U.S. adults may meet criteria for obesity under new definition study. Only 40% of adults meet criteria for obesity when BMI alone is used. Now you're probably saying, okay, Furl, we don't get what the big deal is. Man, let me tell you something. Let me put this in regular street vernacular, and let me just tell you what they're saying. They are saying that when they weigh you, they cannot tell how bad you are. Let me repeat that. The BMI is your height and your weight. And they are saying that your weight, they cannot use your weight to determine if you're obese. Now you probably say, okay, so why does that blow your mind? That means that your weight might be 275, but you might have a stomach of a 350-pound person. That means you're fatter than you are heavy, that you don't even weigh as much as you look. You understand what I'm telling y'all? That means that you might look like you weigh 400 pounds, but you only weigh 325. That's what they are saying. They said it can't go by your weight to determine if you're fat, because you're fatter than what you weigh, which is crazy. That's what they're saying. And once I figured that out, a light came on. I said, wow, it all made sense. Because originally, back when I was a kid, when people gained weight, they was gaining weight from beef, from chicken, from fish, from potatoes. You're not gaining weight like that no more. You're not gaining weight, you're gaining fat because the food you eating is fluffy. So you're eating fluffy food. So you're getting bigger, but you don't weigh more, which is crazy. People are getting bigger, but they don't weigh more. They're bigger than their weight is. They're bigger. They look like they should weigh more. So they're bigger, but they're lighter than their size. I knew right away. Once I figured that out, I said, well, it all makes sense. Because being a plant-based vegan, one of the main places where I have problems is when I go to a gas station and I want to get a snack and it ain't nothing in there but fluffy garbage. On my soul. Support the channel. Let's take a break and then we're going to finish this. So this is crazy. So they're saying they cannot tell if you're obese by your weight. They have to measure your waist, which means you're not gaining weight, you're just gaining fat. You are gaining weight too, but the weight don't match the fat. You're getting enough fat where if you was getting it from really whole foods, you would weigh more than people are weighing today. So people are fatter than they weigh. They look bigger. They look heavier than they are. Real talk. People look heavier than they are. They're not as heavy as they look. They're heavy, but they're not as heavy as they look. So that when they weigh you, they can't determine. So this means, right, that even skinny people like me with them big old stomachs, that's going to be considered obesity. Because they're going to look at your size, and then when they measure your stomach, they're going to be like, you obese, which would be correct. Because now they're going to measure. Now this gets heavy because when you get into measuring and you get into size, now you're getting into a colon that's full. Because why? You can't be swole up like that without your colon being full. You're compacting, packing food in your body. And the food that you're packing in your body is fluffing you up. So it's like not no nutrition. It's not from beef. It's not from pork. It's not from chicken. It's from fries, bread, corn chips, and fluffy stuff, cereal, donuts, cakes, cookies. Yeah, it's heavy, so you look bigger than you are. You don't weigh that much. That's crazy. That's crazy. One more time. A new definition of obesity could nearly double the prevalence of U.S. adults with the condition, according to a study published on Monday. A team of researchers from Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, Harvard University, Yale University, and Yale New Haven Health found that BMI alone may significantly underestimate how many U.S. adults have obesity. Using a new definition that includes waist-based measurements, the team found that more than 75% of adults, 75% may meet the criteria for obesity compared to 40% the way they used to do it with the BMI. From what they've been thinking is 40% of people obese, but they saying it's more like 75, 80%. That a lot of people obese was not being registered as obese. And I'm gonna tell you, I bet you I know how they found out. I bet you I know how they found out. I bet you I know what made them start look, because they started looking at all these people on dialysis. And they was like, okay, you overweight, but we don't have you down as obese. They started noticing all of these fat people that's not clinically listed as obese, but they obese. So I say, well, she mighty big. Why is she not obese? Oh, we going by weight. When they weigh her, they say, according to your weight, you're not that bad. But according to your size, you sick. So the people are bigger than they weigh, which is crazy. And it makes all the sense when you look at the new food. All the new food is fluffy. This is why, and a lot of this is coming to me while I'm talking to y'all. This is why, when you think about when I was young in the 50s and the 60s, when people were overweight, they were stocky though. People that used to be overweight were strong and stocky. They wasn't fluffy. They was big and solid. Facts. Because my grandmother was kind of stocky, but she wasn't today's kind of fat. Like men used to be, men and women that was a little big, they were stocky. Like a lot of the men that used to play football. So it was what you might kind of call fat, but they wasn't fluffy though. This is why so many big dudes could play football then, but they can't find a lot of them now because they not that stocky big, they fluffy. He can't play no football. Specific examples of food that can contribute to obesity: sugar sweetened beverages, sodas, sweetened juice, and energy drinks are high in calories and offer little nutritional value. Processed meat, hot dogs, sausages, deli meats are often high in saturated fat and sodium. And I'll tell you something, processed meats are lighter than meat that's not processed. For sure. For sure. A chicken drumstick is not light. A chicken breast is not light. Chicken is not light. A real hamburger is not light. Bacon is light. Now, the problem is the burgers, fries, and fried chicken are typically high in calories, unhealthy fats, and sodium. Back in the day, people ate burgers. Rarely did your mother make burgers. When I was growing up, my mother might have made us burgers maybe once, twice or three times a year. It wasn't until I started getting towards the fourth, fifth grade where McDonald's and White Castle became popular. People wasn't eating burgers like that. People were cooking at home. Baked goods and sweets, cakes, pastries, cookies, and candies are often high in added sugars and unhealthy fat. That's another thing. If you're a plant-based vegan and you make a cake and you go to a regular person and they make a cake, I will guarantee you, if you make the same cake, the same size, I will guarantee you that the plant-based cake will be heavier than the other cake. The other cake is going to be lighter. You can make them both where they soft, but for sure, the ones you put all that egg and stuff in is going to be lighter than the cake that you use whole foods. I could guarantee, I could basically bet on that. It's going to be more condensed. And that's a fact. I know that from a fact. That's one reason it took us a while to even learn how to make bread or make cake, because it's more heavier than when they started fluffing everything up. When you start getting to, I go to grade school like 1962, 63, everything cool, 63, 64, 65, 66. When you start getting to 66, 67, this one they start more artificial. By the time you get to the 70s, they really pushing it. There's still a lot of natural stuff in the 60s, in the early 70s. Yeah, vegan desserts are more heavier. Ain't that crazy, Kay? You know, I never thought about it. I'm just thinking about it now. I'm thinking back and I'm saying, you know what? Our stuff is heavier. Go get a plant-based donut from Whole Foods, the chocolate one, and see. It's solid. And then go get a donut from a Krispy Kreme. It's nothing. A Krispy Kreme donut is like, so that's why you can eat so many of them, because it looked the size of a donut, but it ain't really a size of a donut. It's all fluff. So now once you eat it and chew it up, you can eat another one and another one and another one. Now you're getting all this sugar, all this processed stuff in your body, and you're going to swell up because you are what you eat. So when you're eating fluffy stuff, you're going to be fluffy. Exactly. So then it makes us fluffy. Baked goods and sweets, cakes, pastries, cookies, and candies are often high in added sugars and unhealthy fats. Refined grains, white bread is fluffy. Get a piece of white bread, get some whole wheat bread, and look at the difference. I wish I had a scale right here now and I had a piece of white bread. I got some whole wheat bread with nuts in it. I guarantee you the difference in the weight is like night and day. And after you've been a plant-based vegan a long time, I don't really like fluffy stuff because when you chew it, it turns to like mush. You know what I'm saying? I've gotten used to whole foods the way real bread tastes. I don't like fluffy bread. And it's even worse now because when you mash it, it just stay in. You know, the bread is weird. Regular bread, when you've been used to eating like whole grain breads, man, you can't eat regular bread. You can't make no sandwich with that because it's like, what is this here? White rice. White rice, it ain't the same. You make some basmati rice, which look like white rice, or jasmine rice, and make some regular white rice. The white rice is like, oh, it's nasty too. I don't know what that is, but it's all fluffy and it's got all this stuff on it. It's not like rice. It's really sometimes in a pot it turned to goo. You ever back in, when you make white rice, and sometimes it'll be goo almost. That's why so many people like fried rice, because you fry it to get the goo off of it. Right? So when you go get some shrimp fried rice, it ain't gooey because they done fried the goo off of it. You know what I'm saying? That's why, okay, Pharaoh, I'm coming right. Okay, right. That's why we like fried rice. So it don't be so gooey. Give this some kind of substance to this here. Fried, make it a little tougher. We don't want no mushy rice. You know what I'm saying? Fried rice, you ever know you get fried rice, you put it on there, it all fall apart. Get some shrimp fried rice, it all fall apart. Listen, I swear to God, I'm brainstorming. Right now, if you go to a Chinese restaurant, if you get a shrimp fried rice and you get a white rice, if you dump the shrimp fried rice on the plate, it's going to go on the plate, it's going to start falling down. When you dump the white rice, it's going to be a square, ain't it? It's going to be just shaped the same way as the box. It will not fall down. That's the advantage I got because I was raised on meat and stuff. That's why I'm really a great person to change over how you eat because I was raised eating what y'all eat, so I know. But I was raised eating a better version in the 60s and the 70s. But I know all of this because we stayed at the Chinese spot. As a matter of fact, when my parents used to send me to get Chinese food for the family, like I'm 16, I'm driving. My father always wanted egg foo young patties. My mother always wanted shrimp fried rice. My sister always wanted pepper steak. Right? Now, my daddy, egg foo young patty, that come with rye rice. My mother's shrimp fried rice come with the fried shrimp fried rice. My sister's pepper steak come with the white rice. So what I would do is we'd have to get 6 orders because I would get each one of theirs. They say, but we don't know how you eat. You skinniest one in the house. How you eat like that? So I would get the egg foo young patty, the pepper steak, and the shrimp fried rice. But I should have known I was going to be a vegan because I would never put the pepper steak on the white rice. I would use the rice with the shrimp fried rice. It tastes way better. If you're still eating that stuff, try it. When you get your pepper steak, if you get that, put it on shrimp fried rice. Don't put it on white rice. I bet it tastes way better because that white rice is horrible. So I used to take the shrimp fried rice and put on my plate, then put some pepper steak on there, and then put some egg foo young patty on there. My food was better than my daddy, my mama, or my sister. I had the most wholesome food, actually. Because that white rice is like gooey goop goop. Couscous, I eat couscous all the time. Couscous is the great. You're in a hurry. Boom, you don't want to wait, so you want to hurry up. What I like about couscous is you take the couscous, you put the water in the pot, right? You let the water boil. Once the water is boiling, the amount of water they tell you in the box, then you put the couscous in there and you stir it up. You put the top on it and turn it off. The best way to cook, if you really trying to eat and have some healthy food, you turn it off. And it'll fluff on its own. So you ain't got to do nothing. So boom, put the water in there, turn it on, let it boil, right? Throw the couscous in there with whatever oil or whatever spices, stir it up a little bit, turn it off, put the top on it. Got to put the top on it and push it to the side. Now you saute up your vegetables. Boom, 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 right? You saute your vegetables. Once you saute your vegetables and they ready, now you get your couscous, fluff it. It'll fluff right up. Put it on the plate, throw the vegetables on it. Cream of wheat. I don't know. I ain't never ate no Babylon stuff. I stopped eating. I stopped eating Babylon stuff a long time ago. Wheat, farina, finely ground wheat, often mixed with added vitamins and minerals and irons and niacin, calcium carbonate for fortification, plus salt, gar gum, natural flavors for taste and texture, sugar, dry molasses. Nah, not to me. Nah, I ain't eat. I ain't eat no cream of wheat. I ain't eating all the. I ain't eating no Dr. Frankenstein food with all that stuff you done mixed up in there. I don't want them putting no vitamins in my stuff. They're gonna tell you added vitamins, right? They're gonna tell you added vitamins, but the added vitamin, you look up the added vitamins. This might be fish oil. It might be from cow. You know what I'm saying? That ain't vegan. Nah. But I never ate that as a kid. I ate cereal. When I was a kid, this was breakfast. You get up in the morning, you get ready to go to school, you're like 7 years old. Your daddy make you get your cereal. You have your cereal, your favorite cereal with some milk. Then my daddy cut up a grapefruit, eat a grapefruit. Then he hook up some bacon and eggs and stuff. So when I was growing up, you had cereal was just the precursor to breakfast. You had cold cereal. Sometimes you'll put bananas in it or peaches in it, right? So you might got some frosted flakes or some corn flakes. He'll cut some bananas up, peaches with the peaches. It's off the chain. Put the peaches in the cereal. You eat that, half a grapefruit. Then you eat the main part of the breakfast. When I was coming up. Then you have your bacon and eggs and toast. And I should have known I was a vegan because my eggs, when my daddy would scramble the eggs, or my mama, they scramble everybody's eggs and they have to leave mine in the skillet. Because I don't want mine real yellow. I want mine when they turn like a are more, not when the yellow get cooked out of it and it ball up a little bit. I ain't like no yellowy eggs. So they always had to leave mine in the skillet and really cook as much of the Babylon out of it as possible. I didn't know that's what I was doing, but that's what I was doing. And I guarantee you that's more healthy. I guarantee you the way I like my eggs had less cholesterol and was more healthier than the way they was eating theirs. Guarantee you. So I've been a spaceman from a baby. I didn't even know what I was doing. Right? So look, in the situation of child obesity, childhood obesity increases the risk of heart disease. Excess weight often contributes to high blood pressure and elevated cholesterol levels, putting strain on the heart and blood vessels. Over time, this could lead to arteriosclerosis, raising the risk of heart attacks and strokes in adulthood. So the children eating so bad, they got so much pressure on their heart as babies. By the time they get a certain age, their heart is wore out from the trash. To calculate the BMI, you divide your weight by your height. And so now they realizing that ain't gonna get it. They gotta measure your stomach. And I know that's real because people's stomachs are getting bigger and bigger. The people's stomachs is getting crazy. Even the skinny people, like I'm slim, and I was starting to get like a little pudgy. That's why I had to hit the gym. Because I'm like, I don't want no extra fat on me, because that seems like that's a storage locker for something negative. What am I storing in that fat? Then with no muscle, how am I move around in life? So listen, if you're watching me and you're 45 and up, but not 911, but if you're 55, you could start at 50. Put some muscle on your body. If you're in your 60s, for sure, put some muscle on your body. Because you're going to be getting frailer and frailer, or older and older. So even if you're not frail, even if you're nice size, if you're not using these muscles, you're going to age back. You're going to age badly. And that's going to make the difference from being like me and hitting my toe and tripping and not falling. And you hit your toe and fall. Bow! Because your agility's messed up. You're going to be tripping. You're going to be breaking bones. You ain't going to have the cat reflexes to catch yourself when you fall. You see old people just fall. Boom, can't catch themselves for nothing. That's because you need to exercise so you can move as you begin to lose movement. But you can't do none of that on garbage. You put good stuff in your car, but you put trash in your body. I mean, you could play crazy like you don't know what you're doing, but you're going to pay for that. And whatever you do, stop eating fluffy foods. Donuts and all that, stop eating that stuff. Stop eating that stuff. Don't eat that stuff. They got vegan donuts that be at Whole Foods. They're real good chocolate. I don't buy them like that. And when I do buy them, I charge myself. Yeah, that's going to cost me so many push-ups. I got to work out. Every time I eat a donut, I got to work out. If I don't want to do extra, I'm already working out. But if I'm going to eat these donuts, soon as I eat them, I got to work out. Because brothers that work out a lot told me, it ain't going to do nothing to you, but you got to burn it off. You have to burn it off right away. They say as long as you burn it off, you're going to be fine. But if you sit there, it's going to take you the other way. You're not going to stay in shape. Because I used to ask the brothers, how y'all eat all that when I was in the county jail? I said, how y'all eat all that? They say, Pearl, we finna come, I'm finna work this off, Joe. Yeah, this going to be gone. I said, oh, they like, yeah, you got to work it off. You got to turn that into muscle. So I don't really buy it. And that's what working out going to help your life. Because when you start working out, you're going to get to the point you don't want to mess that up. Now, here's the routine for working out. You're going to decide, okay, I need to start working out. All right? Hey, Lady Lioness, you're going to say, I need to start working out. So it's going to go like this. When you work out, the first 6 weeks, first 2 months, you ain't going to want to do it, right? So the first 2 months, 8 weeks, you're not going to want to do it, okay? So you got to get up and you got to make yourself do it for the first 2 months, first 8 weeks. You got to make yourself work out. You're not going to want to do it because you haven't been working out. Month 3 and month 4, you're not going to want to work out either. But because you put so much time in, that makes you not want to mess up. So when you put the time in, 2 months, 3 months, when you get to the next phase, you still ain't going to want to work out, but you ain't going to want to waste your time that you spent working out. So you're like, well, dang, man, I'm working out. I'm getting kind of in shape. I'm at the next phase, phase 2. If I stop, I did all that for nothing. So when you get to phase 2, your mindset going to be like, I still don't want to do it. This is not want to do it. And this is want to do it. So you're still not going to want to do it, but you're going to want to do it more than not want to do it because you already been doing it. So boom, you go do that. If you do that another 8 weeks, the third phase, you're going to want to do it. You there, you straight. You straight. You could pick your 3 phases. You know, I'm picking 2 months, 2 months, 2 months. You could do 3 months, 3 months, 3 months, but put it in phases. Phase 1, first 2 months. Phase 2, month 3, month 4. By the time you get to month 5 and 6, you're not going to want to do 1, 2, 3, 4 and then quit. So you in there. And this is what's going to motivate you to eat better, stay in shape, take care of yourself, drink more water. It's just going to change your whole life. It's going to make you do everything. Everything. It's going to make you clean everything. It's going to do a lot. It's going to change your whole life. You have things that you don't organize, like papers. You're going to organize the papers. You're going to do all kind of stuff. Like your whole life just increase from the exercise and motivating yourself. And then if you do it right, then that's where the nutrition and the vibe going to come in, because you're going to start saying, okay, what do I need to consume to get the most out of my workouts? And then that's when you're ready. And that's when you start saying, okay, boom, am I taking all my multiple vitamins? Am I getting niacin? Am I getting zinc? Am I getting vitamin C? Am I getting enough vitamin D? Am I getting enough vitamin E? Am I getting enough iron? Because you got to look at it like this. You want to build the muscles, so you got to feed them. Now, I learned that from growing herb in Hawaii. I was growing some herb. I had just got there. I got some seeds from LA. Just threw them in there, was growing. I didn't know what I was doing. The police caught me with them and said, oh, it's good you got caught with these because these ain't no good. You got to feed them, bro. They say you got to feed them nitrogen and stuff. They told me, get this book, The Grower's Guide. We throw these away. These are nothing. They gave me a $25 fine, but they taught me how to grow it. But then when I grew them the second time and I hit them with the nitrogen and I hit them with the phosphorus and the potassium, they was big. The stems was fat. So then I said, this is how people are. For sure, if you think I'm lying, ladies and gentlemen, ladies, brothers and sisters, take 2 flower pots and take 2 seeds of the same kind and put them in there. One of them, just water it. The other one, water it, but give it plant food. And watch. Watch what happens. And your body the same way. So when you work out, it's going to make you consume more nutrition to make the workout better. It's going to keep that fat off your body. That fat is no good, and a lack of muscle is no good. And you got to go plant-based, and you got to eat right. And you got to do it on your own. You got to think for yourself. You cannot listen to companies that make money. Okay? Of course, you got people they pay to tell you, no, you need to eat this and that because it's money. This is money involved. The dairy industry going broke because people is not dealing with dairy no more. So they got to try to push it. All of them losing money. The beef industry is losing money. The pork industry is losing money. Processed foods is losing money. The milk industry is losing money. People is waking up. People tired of their mama going to the hospital sick, their daddy. People getting hip. They tired of going to the hospital unnecessarily. They put their trust in the medicine, then the medicine sent them to the hospital. So people is waking up. I remember when I was driving Uber one time, I picked up 2 young white dudes out in the south suburbs. They on their way downtown. I'm driving downtown. We going down Western. It was a sign for like some plant-based milk, right? So the one white dude, he looked, he said, that's what I drink, dude. Another one said, yeah, me too. And he was like, man, cow milk sucks, bro. They was young. They was like freshman college age. They was like, yeah, I can't believe anybody drinks that trash, dude. So the people know already. Why you think Silk took over the industry? And check this out. You see Silk, almond milk and all that? There's better milks, but I'm just showing you. Guess who owns them? Borden's. Borden's that sell the cow milk owns the plant milk. Why? They got to diversify. They see where it's going. They see where it's going. Now, I'll do another video about how you increase the quality of the plant-based food. That's based on how you spend. So don't let nobody tell you, oh, if vegan food ain't no good. They don't know what they talk about. The food is as good as how you spend. And as you spend, they increase the quality of their food. So if you look at the plant-based milks 5 years ago, 7 years, 10, and look at them now. Now, 2 ingredients, 3 ingredients. Certain ones losing money. We ain't messing with that no more. We need to upgrade. They upgraded. By the time another 4 or 5 years go, that stuff gonna be good. It's gonna be super healthy because as people want to get more healthy, they start looking and say, this ain't nothing. The first people to suffer was Almond Breeze. Almond Breeze fell off right away. Word got out, oh, this ain't made so good. No disrespect to them, but they got to upgrade their product. They fell off. Boom. They fell off. Then they come out with all this, and then people like, get the almond cow. Get a blender. Now people making their own plant milk. You know what I'm saying? People say, okay, I can make it myself. Because when I got into the game, we made our own nut milk. There was no milk in the store. But I buy all vegan products because it increases the market. You understand? So I'll buy a vegan product even if I just buy it once or twice. Because then they say, okay, this is selling. But where that's going to go is this vegan restaurant, this vegan restaurant, this vegan restaurant. Then somebody going to be like, I got a vegan restaurant with Whole Foods. But me, when I go to restaurants, I got 3 type of restaurants I eat at. So I go to vegan restaurants every now and then, but not a lot. The main restaurants, but I do go support them. Because a lot of them do got Whole Foods. Like I can go to Soul Vegetarian with the Hebrew Brothers and get greens and cornbread and stuff like that. So I support them. But the main place I eat is Ethiopian restaurants, Indian restaurants, and Thai restaurants. For those of you that's trying to change the way you eat, for you brothers that want to go on a date with your queen and she not vegan and you trying to change, and don't sweat her, leave her alone, or she might be trying to change if you're trying to transition. Thai restaurants is the best. Thai restaurants, Ethiopian restaurants, and Indian restaurants is a place where you could go if you're trying to go out on a date and you're trying to transition. Those restaurants will save you every time. If you're a trucker, you're out on the road, use your GPS, check Indian restaurants. If you're out in the middle of West, out in the middle of nowhere, you might not be able to find, you might find Thai. You might find Thai. You ain't going to find no Ethiopian, I don't think. But you might find Thai and you might find India for sure. The Indians is everywhere. So if you're a trucker, you can always find a good Indian restaurant. Go get your food. And if you got your stuff in your truck to keep your food from going bad, you good. Just buy a bunch of it. Boom. Eat what you're going to eat. Put the rest of it in your little refrigerator, whatever you use to warm your food up, you good to go. You can find them in the middle of the country. Facts. Indian. If you're trying to eat better. But no matter what, get that fat off your body, get some muscle on your body. Get some muscle on your body. Straight up. You can eat a donut, you can eat a plant-based donut or cookies every now and then, but charge yourself. Charge yourself. You're gonna have to do some jumping jacks, or you're gonna have to do something to burn it. You don't even have to do a lot of exercise, just something to burn it. You understand? And ladies, you got to stay hydrated because you got to keep your breasts hydrated and you got to keep your vagina hydrated. So ladies, you got to drink tea. You got to drink juice. You got to drink water. You got to eat fruit. So ladies, you got to eat fruit. Men, you got to feed the penis. So you have to put certain liquids in there for that to work. That's got to stay lubricated. Women, you got breasts, you got your vagina. You have to feed your body parts. So you got to put a certain amount of moisture in there. And you should just always have a cabinet full of different type of tea. And you should always have a bunch of different type of sweeteners so your body won't get used to one type of sweetener. So you can have some fructose sugar. You can have some maple syrup. Like that. So you can switch it up. You can have some date sugar or date syrup. So you can switch it up. Or you could just buy dates and make your lemonade, put your lemonade in the blender, throw a couple dates in there and blend it up and drink it like that. But you got to make sure you stay hydrated and you drink it. You got to keep the body's moist. Your body's all moisture. So you got to keep your body moist. Your body's moist. You want to keep the moisture in the body. And you want to eat right. Don't let nobody lie to you. You want to go plant-based. You want to eat whole foods. Don't let nobody fool you. But you got to take your vitamins and you got to do your research. You can't half do it. Okay? You have to take it serious. It's nutrition. You can't just half mess around talking about you vegan, but you're not eating rounded enough. P, if you were to eat meat, would you become very sick? I mean, I can't see why I would eat no meat. So I can't see why I can't see no situation where I would eat any meat. Why would I eat meat? I mean, give me some example why I would do that. Then I might be able to answer it. But other than that, I haven't ate a dead animal since 1978. So I can't. Even when I went to the county jail, I didn't eat meat. I ate dairy products though. I didn't eat meat in there. But I can't see why I would eat meat though. You talking about like a 911 situation where I'm like out somewhere where I could be starving and I got to catch a fish or something like that, like a emergency or something. I got to get like the scenario, and then I'll be able to answer that, Michael. Oh, okay, like a scenario. So I'm out somewhere and I'm starving and it's nothing to eat and I got to catch a rabbit and I catch a rabbit, I unalive and I skin it for right? So then for me to do that, I would have to cook the rabbit and I would have to eat a little bitty piece. Yeah, I would have to eat a little bitty piece. I couldn't just eat it. I could have some type of reaction. So I'd have to eat a little bitty piece and just chew that and wait, and then a little bitty piece. So it'd probably be like 2 or 3 days before I could really just eat the rabbit. I would have to introduce it to my body a little piece. That's it. A little piece. Make a soup out of it and drink the soup with a little bit pieces of it in there. Just a little though. I can't put a lot of that in my system. That I don't know what I do, but I wouldn't take the chance if I'm trying to stay alive. I wouldn't go and eat nothing that's gonna unalive me. So I wouldn't take the chance. So yeah, if it was an emergency situation, I would have to eat just a little bit because your body got to get acclimated back to that. You just can't send your body into shock like that. You could send your body into shock like that. You be taking a big chance to just go and just eat that down. You end up sick. And if you're out for survival, the main thing you got to stay healthy. You got to stay strong. You got to be able to survive. But one thing about being plant based is this: if there's any animals there, I don't got to eat the animal. All I got to go find out what the animal eat. You know what I'm saying? I eat what the animal eat. All I got to do is follow the rabbit and see what the rabbit chewing on, and then I eat that. Facts. Same for the fish. If it's fish, then there's seaweeds down there. There's weed. There's sea vegetables in that water. So all I got to do is go down in that water and pull some of them plants in that water and eat those. Because if there's anything living, what is it eating? See, this is real survival skills. Because most of the animals, they don't eat meat. Only a few animals eat meat. Only a few animals eat meat. Scavengers eat it, right? And then the animals that do a lot of hunting, but they kind of suffer from that way of eating. Eating animals is a suffering type of situation because you got to go hunt and they on the move and stuff like that. And then they get all type of diseases and stuff like that. So plants is way better for survival. Because like I could be here, shout out to everybody in Kenya, I could be here right now, and let's say everything just collapsed. All I need is some beans and stuff, and I could just get a jar, put some holes in it, put the beans in there, put a little moisture, and sprout, and it'll fill up the jar with sprouts. All I got to do is eat 2/3 of the jar and wait. It'll fill back up, and I can have this whole place full of sprouts. And I could live off of sprouts. Straight up. If everything looked like it was going crazy and I had to go to the store, one of the first things I would buy is alfalfa sprouts, broccoli sprouts, and stuff like that. I'm good. Because once I come home and take them and put them in the jar, they're going to grow. They're going to fill up the jar. I don't need no lot of sunlight or nothing. And then I could just take half of them and be eating them, and they're going to constantly refill up the jar. Facts. If any light is shining, all I need is some dirt and some buckets and some sticks and put some beans in there and water. Beans going to grow quick. Facts. Ask somebody. I can have a whole gang of beans growing right inside, and I could be eating the bean sprouts and then take the bean sprouts. I could sprout a bunch of the beans and throw them in the jar. So I got the bean sprouts, I got the actual beans, all that. Yeah, I do better. I ain't got to go outside and try to catch no rabbit or nothing. You know what I'm saying? On my soul. Plants is the best survival food. Straight up. Any survivalists know every edible plant. Ask them, if you know somebody survival, ask them, they tell you they know which plants is good for medicine, which plants is good for food, which ones they can make rope out of, all that. Look, on the earth, how many animals is on the earth? How many variety of animals? How many variety of plants? Plants win. One reason man is making a mistake, he feeding the animals all the plants, but he's feeding too many plants to the animals, he ain't getting that much out. So they feeding all this stuff to a cow, but you only get so many steaks. But you done gave the cow tons. In Hawaii, when I was in Hawaii, the Hawaiians would go around and fill up whole dump trucks full of coconuts and pineapples and mangoes and papayas. And they would go give it to the pigs. And then they only end up with 8 or 9 pigs. And I had to tell them, bruh, that ain't even no food. You gave them tons of food for just 8 pigs? What? They give away enough food for them to eat for a long time for a few pigs that they would only be able to eat for a few days. I said, bro, y'all crazy. Think I'm lying? Look up how much it takes to feed cows in the United States, how much water we use, and how much food we give the cows. And then how much food you get from the cow. You get this much food from the cow. You feed the cow this much food. Why would you feed a cow bushels and bushels and bushels of corn and stuff and wheat and stuff to get a few steaks? You show me anywhere where people are hunting for meat to eat and they starving and struggling. And a lot of times they wipe out that animal and now they got to go and hunt a different animal and a different animal. They wipe the animals out. Show me any civilization that got to hunt animals, and I bet you they ain't living that good. They ain't living good. They struggling. and you got these centurions, I think they call them, people that live 100 years. All of them is in Asia. All of them is vegetarians. All the people on this planet that live to 100 years old, all of them are vegetarians. Look it up. And they did the China study because dude was wanting to know why this village in China died early and why this village living to 100. So he went and he did the study. And what he found out, the villages that ate a lot of animals and stuff was the ones passing away. The ones that was on a high vegetarian, they was the ones living to 100 years old. And that's how he wrote that book. Facts. In China, the ones that was living the longest was the plant-based ones. The ones that was living off the animals, they wasn't doing so good. Search it. You think I'm lying? Look it up and read it. This is top information in the world. Read it. Go get it and read it. Get it and read it. Because he wanted to know why certain groups was living and other ones wasn't. You know, in Africa, Africa was all vegetarians. The Egyptians ate some fish on hard times. But under the Sahel, all the way south, they was 80, 85, 90% vegetarians. And Africans didn't drink no dairy. The only Africans that drank dairy was Northeast Africans, those herdsmen. They the only black people on the planet that can consume dairy and don't get sick. All other black people, dairy don't work good for us. These is all facts. In the city, anybody could tell you, when the black woman was getting food to feed her baby, and they was giving the black community milk, right? All the black women had to get isomil. They couldn't get a baby Enfamil. Enfamil made black babies sick. They throw it up. They had to have the soy, the isomil. Ask anybody. If you had Enfamil and you lived in O Block and you needed milk for your baby, nobody had it. But if you had isomil, everybody had isomil because it would make Enfamil would make them throw up, make the baby be choking and throwing up. This is all facts in the black community. All the babies was on isomil, the soy. They couldn't do the dairy. It made the black babies sick. I be telling them some real hood stuff, don't I, Queen? Don't nobody know that, do that. You really got to be outside, don't you? You really know I'm one of the. You know I'm blackity black the black. You know I was in the hood. You know I was in the hood. You got to be in the hood to know that information. Because you know you got to run upstairs or run next door and be like, I ain't got no milk for John. It's like, I got some. What is it? Isomil. Oh, thanks, girl. Boo. So, you know, in the hood, your baby mama send you over there. Go down there and ask Angie if she got some milk till I go to the store. Everybody, isomil. None of the black babies could drink Enfamil. Matter of fact, there's a doctor that's an expert on that, right? Right? Hold on. Let me see if I can find this. Give me a minute. There's a doctor that's an expert on that. Milton Mills. Go check out Milton. He an expert on that. Go check out Dr. Milton Mills, MD. You should be subscribed to him anyway, and you should watch everything he say. He's been fighting for America to stop giving black people cow milk. It don't agree with our body. Milk don't agree with our body. Let me tell you something. This is facts. When you growing up and you black, when I was growing up, we had cereal. And your cereal, you got to put milk in your cereal. So you put milk in your cereal. You're a little boy. You 3 years old. You 4 years old. You 5 years old, like that. You 6 years old. Anybody could tell you that. By the time, when I was growing up, by the time we got to about 5th or 6th grade, I didn't drink no milk. I ain't never drink milk. And I stopped eating cereal. Because check this out. Here go the science. Milk is for a baby cow that's going to grow to be 2,000, 3,000 of pounds, right? So the milk is only for the baby cow. Now, the baby cow only drink that for so long. That cows don't drink milk. Once that calf get a certain age, that calf do not drink no more milk. That calf start to eat hay and grass and whatever his mama eat. They only drink that to grow. Now, milk is designed to grow a newborn cow into thousands of pounds like that. It's not made for us. We don't grow at the rate of a cow. Humans grow slower, right? So it's years before we reach adulthood. Cows reach adulthood in a year or two. So we two different species. So why would we be drinking the cow's milk? That's for a baby cow. That's not for you. So you putting something in your people that's got too much hormones to make you try to grow too fast, and you don't need to grow that fast. You don't need to grow that fast. And they used to say, drink milk to build strong bones, but they got sued. They don't say that no more because it's false. So once everybody found out, I don't know if they got sued, but they did get challenged and they had to take that out of their commercials because it's false. Milk does not build strong bones. So that's when they start having a picture of a dude and he be little, he drink milk, and then they show him big and strong football player because they couldn't say that because it's not true. It's not true. That don't build no strong bones. That's not true. Because baby calf, how a baby calf gets strong, how an adult cow got strong bones when an adult cow don't drink no milk. The calf been stopped drinking milk. So once the calf stopped drinking milk, how the calf keep getting bigger and bigger into a full-grown cow? How the bones keep growing if it ain't drinking milk no more? All this is common sense. If I'm a cow, female cow, and I have my baby, and my baby drinking milk till they get 6 or 8 months, but it's still little, and then the baby's out there eating grass and stuff and grow to be a big-ass cow, how it go to be a big-ass cow when it's been off the titty? Make it make some sense. That's crazy. How's a big-ass cow getting calcium? How's elephants getting bones? How elephant bones like that? How's all these animals, gorillas, all these vegetarian animals, Where they getting calcium from? From the plants. Plants got plenty of calcium. And our body can't take too much of no particular vitamin. Our body got to take the vitamin in based on how the vitamin is needed. Your body only supposed to take in so much calcium at a time. Your body is not supposed to be taking in too much calcium, more calcium than it could use. I had a friend, he was a Rasta, and he was buying this orange juice with calcium added. So I hadn't seen him in a while. One day at Walgreens, I seen him come out of Walgreens. I said, where you been? He said, I've been in the hospital, Rasta. I said, why, brethren? He said, brethren, I'm thinking I'm healthy. I'm buying this orange juice with calcium. I keep drinking this orange juice plus calcium. He said, I got real sick. My stomach got messed up. He said, I had to go into surgery. He said, when they cut me open, I was full of this white powder. I was full of calcium. He said, I said, are you serious? I swear to God. He said, brethren, don't buy no extra calcium in your food. He said, I thought I was being healthy. He said, all of that calcium turned to chalk in my intestines and stuff. And he had to go get a surgery. He said, brethren, when they cut me open, they was just digging all that white stuff out of my body. Well, I thought I was doing something healthy. This was at the Walgreens on 75th and State, on everything I love. The brethren almost killed him. It almost killed him because he thought he was doing something healthy. Extra calcium. And all that chalk just built up in his body. He didn't know why he was sick. His bowels wasn't working or nothing. They rushed him to the hospital, cut him open. He was full of white. He said, man, my whole insides was this white stuff. They was just digging it out. He said it was lumps of it. I said, dang. These are true stories. That's why now that I think about it, I don't see a bunch of them talking about extra calcium. They probably they had to take the extra calcium. You know what I'm saying? I don't see a bunch of that. You know, you could get your calcium, the natural way. You know what I'm saying? You can get your calcium the natural way. You don't have to do all that, okay? You feel me? Everything you want, it's in the plants. You know what I'm saying? Everything you want, you can get it from the plants. Everything. It's in the plants. Iron, oh man, iron will mess you up too. That's why if you do blackstrap molasses, just take a little bit once a week or twice a week. Don't be taking that blackstrap molasses every day. That you're gonna get constipated. Man, that iron will mess you up. So I use blackstrap molasses, and I might put it in my protein drinks, maybe once a week or maybe twice, and only a little bit. Like I don't even use a whole spoonful. I use like a half a tablespoon, or like pour it till one drop come out. You know how it come out slow, so I'll turn it. As soon as one little big glob come out, boom, that's it. And then I'm not doing it again for maybe 2, 3, 4 days, maybe sometime next week. But ladies, you do need to take some blackstrap molasses. Now you can put it in water and drink it, or you can blend it up in a drink, but only once a week, twice a week, like Monday and Thursday. Especially if you're having a baby. If you have a baby might strip some calcium out, might strip some iron out your body. You know what I'm saying? But this is how you can get your calcium. You can get plenty calcium out of broccoli. Pumpkin seeds is something you should just have laying around. I got some. Pumpkin seeds is something you should just have laying around. And every now and then you just eat like a little small handful of them. Don't just keep eating them. Just get a little handful of them, eat them. Pumpkin seeds going to help you. Mint is going to help with your testosterone and all that. Avocado is going to help you. You can get your calcium right here. All the calcium you could dream of. Just cook your food, and your food got all that. All that's in your food. Everything you want. And anything you're wondering about, you know what I'm saying? It's 2026. Anything you wondering about, you boop, go to Google. Best plant to get. We didn't have that when I was coming up. Y'all blessed. You go right on your phone. Man, I got to make sure I'm getting enough nutrition. Man, am I getting enough? Best plants to get vitamin C. It's going to pop right up. Go to photos. Bam. You there. You there. I'll do it right now. Best fruits and vegetables to get. We'll do zinc. Best fruits and vegetables to get zinc. Bow. Hit images. Bang. Ain't gonna tell you just, you know what I'm saying? And you just go search it. And then it's gonna be just like this. Bam. Look, it don't wanna show it. Yeah, they don't want me. Okay, let me find somebody else. But that's all you gotta do. You get the point. That's all you gotta do. Y'all got it blessed. Y'all blessed. Y'all blessed. Because you could just go to anything you want to find. Y'all blessed. Y'all could just go and find it. You got no excuses. You want zinc? Boom, you go search like this. Look. Mushrooms, green peas, spinach, lima beans, lentil sprouts, asparagus, beet greens, broccoli, okra, sweet corn. So anything y'all want to know, there you go. Bop, 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 bop. Look, there you go right there. So it ain't no excuses like back in the day when I went vegan. All of this stuff was new. We were still searching and researching. Y'all don't got to do all that. Y'all got AI. You can go straight to AI. AI, how can I make sure I can get enough plant-based vitamin D? It's going to tell you, boo, 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 boo. We didn't have that. As a matter of fact, when I started going vegan, that was the beginning of finding out all this information. As a matter of fact, we wasn't even vegans. We was vegetarians. And vegetarians eat dairy. So when people say, what are you? I used to have to say, I'm a vegetarian that don't eat dairy. That's how I used to have to describe myself, as a vegetarian that don't eat dairy. And the word vegan was started by the Vegan Society. It used to be the vegetarians. They had the Vegetarian Society, and then another group started the Vegan Society. And the word vegan comes from the word vegetarian. They took the first 3 letters off of vegetarian and the last 2 letters. So they took the VEG, veg, and they took the AN and put it together and made vegan. So you know the history. So the word vegan was made from the word vegetarian when they decided they didn't want to eat no animal byproducts. Vegans eat animal byproducts, like they'll use honey, they'll use eggs, milk, cheese, butter, like that. Vegetarians do that. Vegans won't. So that's why a lot of times I go back. I do vegetarian stuff every now and then. Like right now, I got some bee pollen and honey in a jar, right? It's not vegan, but it's vegetarian. Let me show it to you because I keep it real. I don't hide nothing. Let me show y'all this. It's called, for the brothers, just for the brothers, I'm going to show y'all some real. Don't get no realer than this, right? I'm going to show y'all something real. Watch this. Let me go get this. For the brothers, let me show y'all something. All right, I got it upside down right now, right? Then I got to turn it back this way. So it's been sitting upside down. So what this is 100% pure honey, the white one, right? This is the white honey, right? So this is the 100% honey, right? Let me see if I can find the brand I'm using. This is the raw honey. What brand I'm using? I don't know. I don't guess that matter. But this is the raw honey, right? So you got to get the raw honey. It's going to be white, right? This is vegetarian. This is not vegan. This is vegetarian. Let me see. This is vegetarian. This is not vegan. I don't know the name of the brand I got. But anyway, I'll show you. This is raw honey, right? To make this what I'm finna show you, you need raw honey. Okay? You gotta have raw honey. You can't make this with the other honey. You gotta use the white honey. Right? You gotta use the pure raw honey. This is for the brothers. I'm gonna give y'all a little gag. Now this is not vegan though. This is not vegan. Now, a lot of animal rights people, they ain't gonna like this. I don't want to show that brand. Let me show y'all a brand. All right, here we go. So what you got to get is you got to get some unpasteurized, unfiltered, raw honey, right? Let me show y'all brothers this. You got to get this. You want to get some unpasteurized, unfiltered, raw honey. It's going to be this color, a whitish color. All right, y'all see that? All right. Then I'm giving y'all a game. Then you want to get some bee pollen, right? You want to get some bee pollen. Men, ladies too, get this for the man. You want to get some bee pollen. Okay? Bee pollen. All right, you see that? That's the bee pollen. You want to get some bee pollen. You can get any brand you want to get. You want to get some bee pollen. Right? Then what you want to do is you want to fill up a jar like this. I can turn it back over. And you want to put the raw honey in here, the white one. And you want to put the bee pollen in here. You see how this is turning? See how this turned colors? That's because the bee pollen is in here with the honey. And you got to turn it upside down. You turn it like this, leave it till tomorrow. Turn it like that, leave it till the next day. You got to do that for about 7 to 10 days. You can see the bee pollen in there, right? And this is called bee bread, right? Now hold on a minute. Let me show you something. Give me a minute. This is called bee bread. Now, this is not vegan. This is vegetarian. Hold on. It's probably going to be all on the top. Okay. See? Hold on. This is called bee bread. And this, right? This right here, this is going to increase your testosterone. This is going to drive up your testosterone. And this is going to increase your muscle growth when you're working out. You take like 1 spoon of this. It's called bee bread. Okay? It's like a food for the gods, all right? Seriously. This is a heavy medicine right here. This is that raw honey with the bee pollen in it, right? I just made this one. It's not really all the way finished yet, but it's almost. You can still see some of the light color from the raw honey. So it's really going to be finished when all of this turned brown. Now, when I first did this, of course, the honey was a whitish cream color and the pollen was dark, but you can see the pollen is mixing in with the honey. Right? Now, this is not vegan. This is vegetarian. Right? Because vegans don't use no animal byproduct, and this is breaking the rules. This is an animal byproduct. Because the bees made this. But this is not actually eating an animal, just eating something that an animal makes. See how it look? And this will last a long time. You figure a spoon here and there. I just made this one. Okay, now the honey is expensive and the bee pollen is expensive, but this is super medicine. Okay? This is super medicine. And this is something, if I had a son, and he like 4 or 5 years old, I would give him a little bit of this here. It'd be like a treat for him. But he would never know how much energy that little boy getting in his body with this honey and this bee pollen. It'd be good treat for your little son. You get a little stick or something and you stick it on there and give it to him. He can eat it off the stick. Just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to upset his stomach. So you'll just take like a little stick or even a spoon. You just put a little bit on the spoon or let him get it off the spoon. You know what I'm saying? It's really thick, but it's got to be raw honey, the creamy looking one, not the regular honey, and the bee pollen. You turn it upside down like this. You leave it for so long. Now it's time for me to turn it back over anyway. I turn it like this and leave it. And this is almost done. So it'll really probably be ready by like Monday or Tuesday. It'll be ready. I mean, I could use it now, but it gets better and better as the bee pollen disintegrates into the honey. And they call it bee bread. And a lot of bodybuilders use this. You know, a lot of bodybuilders, a lot of people that work out, they use this. This is a secret, right? This is a secret. Sacred. This is a secret. This is a secret. You're not gonna just hear this. You got to search to hear this type of information. Then when you go and you see how expensive the bee pollen is and the honey, you'll be like, oh, okay. But men, this is, you know what I'm saying? This is helpful. There's a lot of things that's helpful that you could be taking to keep your stamina up, keep your testosterone up, help with muscle growth, and all different other type of things. Is this mixture sold in stores? I would make it. You want to make it yourself. I don't know about it being sold in stores. They do have a bee pollen. They got a bee pollen and honey mix. They got a bee pollen and honey mix. It's I had bought it one time. Yeah, they got it. Here you go, right here. But you could get that one. I wouldn't. I'd make my own. But here you go, though. Heritage Farm got it right there. Raw honey with pollen boost. This is called bee bread. There you go, right there. Superfood. There you go. It looked like it's good. You could buy it from them. It looks good. It ain't like it go bad. So yeah, you could get it from them. Check out Bee Farm, Heritage Bees. You can get it from them. It looks good. I would buy it. $10, $11. Yeah, I'd buy it. It ain't like it could go bad, so nothing could go wrong. Yeah, I would buy it. I would definitely buy it. I just like making it myself because I get way more. You know what I'm saying? I get way more, and I could, like, as this go halfway down, I could dump some more pollen in it, dump some more honey in it, turn it back and forth, up and down. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I like it, because I can keep adding it in there and just keep making it. But yeah, you can order it. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing all type of stuff while I'm on this workout. It's working. Like my body, like 2 years ago, and my body now is like two different bodies. I'm almost there. Like my midsection is, I'm working on that now. I'm almost there. It took a little while, but eventually you could tell. You start walking, you start feeling different when your arms won't lay down flat, and you can start feeling, oh, okay, we're getting somewhere. You just got to stick with it. It's not going to be obvious at first, depending on how much you out of shape or whatever. If you're already in some type of shape, you're going to see results quicker. You just have to adapt. If you're trying to build muscle as a plant-based vegan, brothers and sisters, the main thing is you're going to have to adapt to eating more, especially if you've been a vegan a long time. Those of us been a vegan a long time, we don't eat a lot. So one advantage of being a vegan is you can eat once a day, twice a day, you good. But if you want to build muscle, you gotta eat according to how much carbohydrates and protein you have to put in the body to build a muscle, because now you're doing something extra. So that's going to affect your sleep. So you got to figure out how you're going to get your sleep, because you eating more and you exercising more. So you're going to be sleepy, especially if you like 55 and older. So I had to adjust to the new to sleeping, eating like that, and working out. So I took a little break. I ain't worked out in about 5 meals a day is tough. You know what I'm saying? If you can get to 5 meals a day, it is tough. I'm not up to 5 meals a day. I'm doing three with certain things in between. But it's hard. But you get the results. It's just something I feel like women definitely should do it because they have babies. So they definitely got to strengthen up their risk in their body because they carry babies. And I just think anybody, as you aging, you basically are putting padding around your body. So I look at it as padding, right? The muscle is padding to make it so you won't break stuff so easily. You won't break stuff so easily, and then you've been sitting down too many years, and you have muscles that you just never use. Our body got so many muscles. We'll have a tendency to use the same ones every day, and then the other ones ain't getting no use. So then you have muscles that just been being ignored for decades. So now I would advise anybody, work on that. I would say if you younger, exercise and stuff, but give it a break because too much exercise tear your body up too. So if you look at the gym rats and stuff, they all be tore up by the time they get a certain age because they working out too much. You ain't never seen nobody really do well working out their whole life. So I would say I definitely don't work out your whole life. That ain't healthy. Your body can only take so many miles. So you putting too much miles on it, you tearing it up. Sometimes I look at these old dudes talking about they've been working out. They look like trash though. They look like gargoyles or something. Like, bro, you look like a frog. What is you doing? So working out is something you want to do, then something you want to chill on. And do and chill. You don't want to just work out, work out, work out, work out, because now you're tearing your body up. Gotta let the body rejuvenate. Your body's not designed for the extra working out. Your body's designed to get the workouts from naturally in life, walking around, going to the lake, going to the pond, picking fruit, cleaning around. That's how working on your farm. That's how you naturally get muscle like that. But because we live in a world, we sit down a lot, we do every now and then have to do some extra, you know. So as you age, I would say, yeah, do some extra workout, get some muscle, but just don't be fanatic because then you begin to tear your body down. So it's like once I get these abs I'm trying to get, I'm going to slow down. I'm not going to be on no fanatic stuff. I'm just going to slow down. Then I'm just going to be dealing with maintaining, right? And then when I get a certain age, then I do more. I'm doing everything. I'm doing whatever's in the gym. I'm doing whatever's in the gym. I'm doing. Right now, I ain't been going to the gym. I just been working out from the office and at home. But I plan to get back up in the gym in a couple of weeks. I got to see if anybody doing any coughing and stuff like that. So I be watching these. I be watching these sicknesses when they be start talking about this airborne this and airborne that. I don't go to the gym. When they start talking about, oh, it's a measles outbreak or this or that, I ain't going in there. I work out from home. You know what I'm saying? They start talking about this another type of flu out here and all that. Boo. Nah, count me out. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. Quick. It's back with the mask on, back with the gloves on. You know what I mean? Straight up. Quick. Back with the mask, back with the gloves. Because I already know. We living in a pandemic era. Sparkling water good to drink every day? I wouldn't think so. Water ain't sparkling naturally. So no. I wouldn't think so. I like to get my water in other substances. So I like to get my water in tea, lemonade, stuff like that. I get most of my water in tea. The only time I drink water with nothing in it is when I'm working out. When I'm working out, I got a thing and I'm drinking water. But other than that, I don't drink too much straight water. I get my water in tea and lemonade and stuff like that. I get more hydration like that. I drink more like that. So I get more hydration. You're going to drink more lemonade. You're going to drink more tea than you're going to drink water. So you're going to get more water. And you're going to get the benefits of the teas. So I get my hydration, tea and juices and stuff. Because to me, water wash out nutrition too. Water wash you. Plain water is good for fasting, but water washes nutrients out the body. So you need to put some nutrients in that water when you're drinking it. Because just plain water is wash you. So for me, plain water, if I'm going on a fast, I'll do tea for so long. Then at the end of the fast, I'll do plain water to cleanse. But other than that, when I got water, it's always something in it, some folic acid or something. I always put in my water, some drops. I put in my water. Pumpkin seed oil, something. That's why a lot of times we don't do distilled water because distilled water, wash. Spring water adds something because it's got minerals in it. You know, you're not supposed to be drinking distilled water unless you fasting because distilled water ain't got nothing in it. Anytime you put something in it, it ain't got nothing in it, it's going to take something out. So you got to put something, got something in it, then it drops something off rather than take something out. So this way, we really wasn't, we drink coconut water. We eat pineapples. We get our water from the fruit. When I lived in Hawaii, I never drank water. All my water was coconuts. Sparkling water, I don't know who make that. You know what I'm saying? I got a Berkey. I pour it in there. I don't buy no water. I don't trust them people. I got a Berkey system. I pour my water in there, filter it myself, drink it myself, put whatever drops I want in it, whatever type of medical I want in it, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Every now and then I put my wormwood in there, or I put my folic acid in there to make sure I ain't got no parasites and stuff in the body. You do the wormwood and the folic acid on your own. I ain't telling you to do it. I'm just telling you what I do. Because YouTube is funny about certain advice, but that's what I do. I can't tell you to do it. But I like to put stuff in my water, unless I'm fasting. But sparkling water and buying people's water, I just don't trust companies like that. I'm in a phase where I'm eliminating companies. I'm trying to get where everything I'm doing, like I got a couple Starbucks, but I got me some Ethiopian coffee I just got. I got me some Ethiopian coffee. Although the people at Starbucks, they know me. They like my partners. So they be hooking me up with the coconut milk. They make mine special. You know what I'm saying? They make mine with the real chocolate, the coconut milk, like that. But I'm getting ready to make my own. I just got me some 2 bags of Ethiopian coffee. I got me a French press. All I gotta do is grind up the coffee beans, put it in the French press, pour the hot water in there, let it sit, put the French press in there, make it myself. I'm trying to eliminate, because I can't trust these companies. So I'm trying to filter my own water. I'm eliminating plastic slowly. That's why another thing with the Starbucks, the plastic top and all that. Yeah, I'm finna eliminate all of that. I got me some nice glass coffee cups, stainless steel, French press. I'm just doing glass, iron, stainless steel. That's it. Copper. I ain't mess with these people, man. I got a really nice stainless steel French press. It works real nice. I just got it like a couple weeks ago. Because every day I look up, it's a recall. Every day we can't trust these people. So I'm trying to do as much as I can myself. That's why I got a Berkey. I'm cleaning my own water. I got the 4 filters in there. I got to order me some more filters in about 2 or 3 months. Clean my own water. I ain't got to go to the store buy no water. I ain't got to trust nobody. Glass. I got glass teapots, cast iron cookware. Now I'm getting ready to get rid of all my spoons and stuff. I'm finna switch over to wooden spoons and forks. These metal spoons finna be out of here. I got a wooden toothbrush I had just got. Switched over to a wooden toothbrush. I think it's bamboo or something. So wood. Switch over to wooden toothbrush. I ain't gonna be putting no metal in my mouth. I know Rastas I used to grow up with, they never used to use metal. They always use break a coconut or something to eat with. Yeah, that's good. You're getting that spring water. They got some good spring water. They got a spring somewhere that people go that's supposed to be like off the chain, a natural spring. That's good. But definitely get you a Berkey though, sweetheart. Get you a Berkey. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, man, get you a Berkey so you ain't gotta buy nothing from nobody. Know what I'm saying? Get you a Berkey. They got all different sizes. You're gonna love it. You know what I'm saying? Trust me what I'm telling you, because you're gonna be able to take any kind of water and dump it in there and clean it yourself. And then whatever minerals you want that you get from the spring water, you can put them in there. You know what I'm saying? Boy, you're gonna be so happy. Hey, Gleesa, you're gonna be happy. Get you one of these, you're gonna be so man, you're gonna be like, I don't gotta buy no more water. Nope. I ain't gotta buy no water. Oh man. You just take whatever water you got at the house and throw it in there. And it's work. The money you're gonna save, you're gonna pay the money to get it. But after a year you ain't bought no water, you're gonna be like, shoot. Man, after you so long will go by, you ain't gonna be there bought no water. You're gonna be like, oh, I should have been did this. Man, it's like heaven when you ain't gotta go buy no more water, boy. I'm telling you, it's worth whatever. And depending on how many people that get a smaller one, just keep filling it up. Shit. Hey, Jaleesa, you know how we do. Get the smallest, cheapest one, like the number two one, right? And just keep dumping water in it. But if you want to go put the money out, get the bigger one. But if it's filtering, see, you get the two filters. The black filter is going to go on the top. The white filters go on the bottom. The white filters take out, I forgot what they take out. The black filters take out something, and the white filters, and you hook them to each other. So the black filter is going to be sticking up at the top. The white filter is at the bottom. You're going to pour the water in the top. It's going to filter through both filters and go in the bottom. So it's 4 filters. So it's going to go through these two and go in the bottom. You know what I'm saying? I had mine ice rock and didn't hook it up for like months, like a dummy. And then when I hooked it up, right? And then after a while, y'all, after about 4 months, when I was going to the store and didn't have to buy no water, I said, man, I'm slow as hell. I'm slow as hell. All I got to do is buy, because there's so many thousands of gallons of water you get before you got to change the filters. I'm talking about a lot of water. So you have it a couple years before you even got to change the filter. You know how many bottles of water I was going through? Expensive as water is? Man, they was robbing me. So now all I got to do is buy the filters. I don't got to buy the whole machine no more. Oh, man, it's up. And if the system collapses, I can catch water outside. I can get water wherever I can get it from and clean it myself. Man, it's up. I can catch rainwater off the roof, whatever, it don't matter. And you see those that's the ink. So when you set it up, they give you the ink to test it. And when you put the ink in the top and the water be red, man, when you take it out the bottle, it don't be no ink in it. Oh, my soul. And they got filters you could get from another water company that they say is a little bit better than these filters. But for a while, Berkey didn't have their filters because the government wanted to test them. So the government kind of shut them down to test the filters. And they passed the test. The government said, yeah, it worked. So there was another company got some filters that everybody was buying while Berkey was waiting to go through the test. But they passed the test. The filters do exactly what they say they're going to do. Only thing I got to do is go get me a metal spout because I got the plastic spout that came with it. I'm going to take that off of there. When I change my filters next time, I'm going to put the new spout on there. I was drinking the mountain spring water, but now I've been watching reviews on that. That ain't even what they say it is according to certain people review. But I wasn't just drinking that. I was buying. First thing, it was hard to find water in glass. So you buying plastic bottles, right? You got to buy plastic bottles because you might got to go to Target or somewhere to get your water, and they ain't got no glass bottles enough for you to cook with and all that. Because we talking about cooking, making tea. I can't buy no water to cook with. So people that's buying drinking water, they still cooking with sink water. It ain't nobody that's buying water that's cooking with it. Once you get this, you can cook with it. Because I can go fill up a pot, cook, dump some more water in there. It's constantly cleaning water. And then when I ordered it, I ordered two, right? I ordered one for me and I ordered one for a friend out of state. Right? So they sent me the two. Some kind of way they got mixed up. They sent me two more. They sent me four. And I only paid for two. They got confused with the order. And they sent me two and looked up and I had another two. So the other two I gave to my daughters. They got theirs free. Yeah, that's too expensive to be cooking with spring water. My daughter broke her filters and ain't replaced them. I need to buy her some filters and just mail them to her. I got to ask her now that I'm thinking about it. She was moving and she broke the white ones, I think. I got to ask her. She probably buying water instead of just replacing the filters. I'm telling you, I'm saving a fortune. I'm saving a fortune. Man, I never go, man, listen. I always have some type of water filter. Even if that one break or whatever, I'll get a new brand or something. But I'm cleaning my own water. I wish I would buy another bottle of water. As a matter of fact, I could get a Berkey, and I could go rent a kitchen, right? I can rent a certified kitchen, and I could get a Berkey, and I can get some bottles and some labels, and I could actually sell water on my soul. I buy 10 Berkeys, the big ones, and line them up and be filling them up and filling up bottles, put the top on it, put the label on it. Straight up. Comedic water. But then I could be putting stuff in it too. You know what I'm saying? I could be putting stuff in it. I could be making my own water and putting stuff in it to benefit you. I am selling it cheaper. I sell mine cheap. Just enough to double my money, a little bit more than double my money. I'm gonna ride. Everybody be like, man, his water cheap and it's fresh. And I could do that. I could be making my own money. cleaning it myself. I cleaned it myself. This water's 100% clean. I cleaned it myself, bottled it myself. Hey, you request what you want in there. You want frankincense in there. You want myrrh. I just ordered like some frankincense gum and some myrrh gum. They said the myrrh gum, though, is rough. You're supposed to chew it. Not gum like candy gum, like real frankincense gum. Like not the gum like chewing gum, like frankincense gum. The FDA, the FDA will be on my neck. But no, the FDA ain't gonna do nothing as long as I do it in a what you call them kitchens. As long as I rent a kitchen that has already been cleared by the health department, I'm good. Yep, as long as I rent a kitchen. Because the only time they're gonna cut down on you if you're using your kitchen, they're gonna be like they gotta check to make sure your water get a certain level and all that. But if you rent a certified kitchen, I forgot what it's called. You can make food and everything in there, and it's gonna be legal because the kitchen's already been inspected. The kitchen been inspected by the state already. That's how a lot of people going into business. They rent those kitchens. Oh man, it's gonna come to me. I forgot what they call. Somebody help me. What those kitchens called? You can rent a kitchen for cheap too. And you can come out with your own cookies or whatever right there from that kitchen because the kitchen's already been inspected. It's called certified kitchen. I thought it was something like that. Commercial kitchen, a licensed commercial kitchen. That's what it's called. A licensed commercial kitchen. I knew it was somewhere to see. It's commercial kitchen. A licensed commercial kitchen. That's what it's called. Hey, Angela. So any product you want to come to, you go rent a licensed kitchen. Boom. A licensed commercial kitchen, which they gonna have rules for you to do it the way you got to do it in there. They already cleared with the city and the state. And right now you can come out with candy, cookies, whatever. You just go make them, store them up, and sell them till you make enough money to get your own kitchen. Yep, a licensed commercial kitchen. This is how a lot of people getting into the game. Because my sister had a like an ice cream parlor, and the city had to come to make sure the water was a certain temperature to see how they was making ice cream and all that. It's nothing big. They just the main thing is how hot is the water, how hot and how clean is it. That's it. No bugs or nothing. Clean. The water got to be you can't have regular water. The water got to get a different kind of hot. They're gonna test to make sure that water is a certain temperature that your water have to get to. It can't be like regular water in your house. It got to get hotter than that. As you just get hotter than that, your refrigeration got to get so cold. They're gonna check how cold your refrigerator get, how hot your water is, everything clean, all your appliances is up to standard. Boom, you get you in business. Well, for small people like us, if you want to go into business, You can rent a licensed commercial kitchen and you could get into business, ladies. Right now, you could come out with your cookies, your candy, whatever. You go in there and make a whole bunch of it and then sell it. You still can store it wherever. You don't have to store it there. You can store it at home if you got the proper refrigeration. And you might be making some don't even need refrigeration. That's free money. Trust me, I'm looking in all avenues. I'm a hustler. You know what I'm saying? Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. Every day I'm hustling. You know what I'm saying? Hey, trust me, I've been looking into it. That's free money. Pop off so much, open up your own kitchen, bam. Small processing plant, bam. I'm telling you. And get money, especially plant-based or health that's real, that you're gonna make a fortune. And you could, you know what I'm saying? Boom, you got your water, you got your cookies, you got your candy. Then over here you got your lotion, you got your hair products. The whole plant-based. You can have 3 different companies, plant-based, making 3 different things for 3 different applications. Seriously. So you could be making the stuff for the food and snacks. Then you could be making the health products for hair and stuff. Like, you got a hustle out here. And then you could be making stuff to clean homes and stuff like that. You've been plant-based since 2017. Plant-based is the future. Ain't nobody going back. It ain't no going back. Plant-based is going to be bigger than life. That's going to be the future. I'm telling you. That's the future. That ain't going back nowhere. Trust me when I'm telling you. Plant-based is the future. That's where the money's at. The money is in all clean stuff. The money's going to be into all natural fiber clothes, hemp, cotton. That's where the money going to be. Everybody going to want to get away from toxins and poisons. That's going to be where the money's at. As more people get sick, and more people get allergies, and more people getting sick from the food, the money's going to be in clean living. Yes. Yes. The young generation like Angela and like Jaleesa, they ain't going. No, people sick of it. People's like, okay, listen, we're not doing that. And the key gonna be when they first started making plant-based and clean stuff, they had small companies, so it was real expensive. So the future is to get our prices down, to make it where the plant-based candy is the same price as the junk candy. We're going to clean up. Once we get big enough where we can produce so much where the prices is down, it's over with. Because why would you buy a junk soda when you can buy a real fruit soda for the same price that's 100% healthy? Feel me? It's going to be over with. That's where the money's at. I'm telling you. That is where the money is at. The money's in plant-based and health. Health, that's where all the money's at. I mean, everywhere. Natural bedding, natural carpets for the home, all of that. That's where the money is at. All that Babylon stuff, that stuff is crashing. Yeah, that's over with. That's over with. Especially because these women, they tired of their children getting sick, man. These women, man, don't nobody want to be going to the doctor because your baby's sick because of the clothes they had on or something in some baby oil or something make your baby then broke out and sick, man. People are sick of that, man. People are sick of that. Man, look, let me tell you something. Foundational Black Americans is the fastest growing group of vegan in the United States. Facts. Facts. Ask somebody. Higher adoption rates. According to 2016 Pew Research Center study, 8% of African Americans identify as vegan or vegetarian, compared to 3% of overall U.S. population. Other analyses have noted this demographic is up to 3 times more likely to be vegan. Faster growing demographic, Black Americans, and particularly Black women, are described as the fastest growing vegan demographic in the country. Increased reduced meat consumption. A 2021 Gallup poll found that 31% of non white respondents had cut back on their meat consumption in the prior year, compared to just 19% of white respondents. Come on, man. This is Vegan Intel. You know, I do everything. This is no different than my other channel. I'm bringing dropping bombs. You see it? You see it. These is facts. Because we've been the sickest. You know the sickest is gonna be the one. Grandmama's sick, auntie sick, everybody sick. The kids is sick. You out here, your baby sick, all type of stuff wrong with your daughter, your son. Come on. Look. Yes. Black Americans are increasingly adopting vegan and plant-based diets at a higher rate than other demographics in the United States. Here's why this trend is significant. Growing numbers reports indicate that Black Americans are 2 or 3 times more likely to follow a vegan diet than the general population. A 2015 survey showed that 8% of Black Americans identified as vegetarian or vegan, compared to 3.4% of the overall population. Faster growing demographic. Black Americans are the fastest growing demographic of vegans and vegetarians in the country. Cultural roots. Plant-based eating has been a part of Black American culture for generations, predating modern vegan trends. Health emphasis. The high rates of chronic disease, such as diabetes and hypertension in Black communities, are a major motivator for adopting plant-based diets, which can help to reduce these health risks. Social justice connection. For many Black vegans, the decision to go vegan is intertwined with the commitment to social justice, challenging systematic inequalities related to food access and exploitation in the food system. Influential figures, notable figures like Rosa Parks, Coretta Scott King, Angela Davis, and modern influencers like Tabitha Brown have embraced veganism, contributing to its popularity and visibility. Food apartheid. and accessibility. White veganism is growing in popularity. Accessibility to healthy, affordable plant-based foods remains a challenge for many Black communities living in areas affected by food apartheid. Because you see, white America being here, they've been on it. When I first go vegan, they was the first ones. They ones opened the health food stores and stuff because veganism came from Europe with some dudes called the Beach Boys in there. And they brought over the ganja and they brought over veganism came from over there. And so when they came over here, they was pushing vegetarian and veganism. The hippies and stuff was pushing it. So when my generation, that's where we went to eat at. They the ones, they've been on the game. White American young ones, they was the ones that had all the health food stores. See, veganism, vegetarianism started in the health food store. Anybody will tell you that. A vegetarianism started in the health food store at the juice bar. The juice bar was the root of all of this. And we all used to go to the health food store and go to the juice bar and get a mixed vegetable juice or a beet juice. I used to get a coconut. I used to get a coconut carrot. I need to make that. I keep forgetting. It was called a bunny hop. Hey, man, coconut and carrot is so good. I be forgetting. Oh, my God, I got to make that. It was called a bunny hop. That is the best drink, right? So the hippies and the young white Americans, they been on this. So that's how we all, Black vegetarians, that's how we was. We was plugged in with the white vegetarians. They had all the newspapers, vegetarian news and all that. They been on that. Facts. They was the first one to really get into the business and really try making a business out of it. Because at first it was just a juice bar. Then they started having little products and stuff. Then they had General Nutrition Center, right? And then they started making once they started making little like treats, like energy bars and stuff, and those started popping off, it went crazy. And they built this whole movement. I'm telling you. Go watch. I did the whole vegan history. Part 1, I gotta go finish. I did part 1, all of that. One of the first products that came out, right, was ginseng rush. This what kicked it off. This was the first popular vegetarian / vegan soda in the game. Facts. That's the first one. The first thing that we really started to find to make our food taste good. Paul McCartney been doing it for a long time. The first thing we found to make our food taste good was kelp. That was like our old school salt. Because they didn't have like sea salt. We didn't know about sea salt and stuff. So one of the first things we found to go on our food was kelp. The other thing we found to go on our food was nutritional yeast and olive oil. You would get your sweet potato, your baked potato or your sweet potato, and when it's done, then you would put the nutritional yeast in there and pour the olive oil. That was your butter. That's how you made butter. That's how we made butter. We put the nutritional yeast in there and then pour the olive oil. It'd be buttery. It'd be good too. It's really better than butter. They really wasn't pushing dark chocolate and stuff like that. So we was buying carob Carob was the first candy. See, it looked just like chocolate, don't it? Carob was the first candy. Real talk, real vegan history, vegetarian history. This is how carob grow. That was our chocolate back in the 70s. That was our chocolate. I got to go finish my vegan history because I think I got part 1, part 2, part 3. I got to do part 4. It's good though. Y'all should go watch them vegan history series. They deep. They deep. The first one that really came with the bread that's still out here today was brownberry. I still buy their bread. Health nut bread was the first bread in the regular store where we can go and buy bread. This is what built it. The first butter we had and margarine was Willow Run. This was the first margarine, soybean margarine. We was going crazy because it's like, dang, man, we making our food bland. You know what I'm saying? We trying to go vegetarian. Now we got this. We can put a little bit of this on your broccoli, put some of this in your sweet potato so you wouldn't have to use the yeast and stuff. This is way back. This is way back early 70s, mid 70s, early 80s. This the root of it. Real talk. This the whole root of the whole vegetarian movement that turned to be vegan. Vegetarian Times. Vegetarian Times was what we read back then to find out, oh, you need potassium. Oh, you need this. So like the white American vegans and European vegans, they was making magazines that would be at the health food store so we would know what to eat, how to eat, and stuff like that. That's how we learned. Nobody knew none of that. Nobody knew none of that. Nobody knew none about potassium. Nobody knew bananas had potassium. None of that. Americans was just eating. It was these white American, old school, early vegetarians. They didn't want to start putting all that information out there. And they weren't racist because they was like hippies. So they didn't care. They weren't racist. Straight up. Straight up, you go to the health food store, it's just health food stores. You know what I'm saying? They used to call us health nuts. That's why they called this health nut bread. And all of this started in the health food store. The health food store was the birth of it. You feel me? The health food store. One of the first health food stores we used to go to in Chicago was called Sherman's up on the north side. There you go right there. I got all the info. This is where I used to have to go way on the north side to get whatever I'm going to get from the south side. It was only 2 places I could go to get my stuff. I had to either go on the north side or I could go on 95th to Southtown. Those are the 2 health food stores, this one and this one. Southtown over on 95th. This is why I would go to get the margarine to one of those. Much love to them. This one's still here. Sherman's closed. Sherman's is like a king of this stuff. Facts. I'm keeping all the history alive on that over here at Vegan Intel. I got all the intel on vegan. Feel me? Real talk. And so then that's how the whole thing go. And then all of that information One of the people that was pushing that information was Alvina Fulton. She was the one that taught Dick Gregory, right? And this what changed Dick Gregory. And then Dick Gregory became a big advocate from this sister right here. Because next door to this place where used to be all the pimps and players hung out, and they used to keep coming over there where she's at and coming back with these drinks. So Dick Gregory like, what's that drink? And said, we getting it from the lady next door. This make our thing hard so we could do our wife. So Dick Gregory went over and talked to him. She the one got Dick Gregory off of smoking, drinking, and all of that. At this time, I'm working at a book factory. And so I'm working at the book factory. I'm going to see Dick Gregory. I'm also printing this book. So I worked on the machine that pressed this book. That's how I became a vegetarian. I became a vegetarian because I worked at W.F. Hall Printing Company and we printed this book. And we all knew Dick Gregory anyway because he used to be on Ed Sullivan. He was like a comedian. So when I would get off work, my boy would be like, I would go meet my boy up at college, and one day up at the Circle Campus College, he said, Dick Gregory speaking. And we went to see Dick Gregory. He was talking about eating and eating right. And then from there, that's how I went vegan. That's how I went vegetarian, listening to Dick Gregory at the college. I had already seen his book at work, so I already had some curiosity. This is real history, right? Miss Fulton. I drove by her establishment and took a picture. Fultonia. You know what I'm saying? This is a vegan and vegetarian history. You can't get this nowhere. This is the real history. This is how it really went. And then she influenced the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and that's why he said, right, eat to live. How to eat to live. Because he was influenced by her. So that influenced him to push eat to live. This is an old school vegetarian history. Real talk. When I changed 48 years ago. 48 years ago when I changed. This is the stuff that made it happen. Another big player in the game was General Nutrition. General Nutrition was another big player in the game when it comes to eating right and changing the way we eat. And then I worked at the book factory, and we also printed up Make Your Juicer Your Drugstore. So I was reading this. I printed up this on my machine at Dick Gregory book. So as a shorty, I'm 18 years old, right? So I'm 18 years old. So this is putting this in my head because I'm working at a book factory and I'm printing up these books. So this is why I've been a vegetarian almost 50 years. This is my 48th year now. I just hit my 48th year now this year. And this is the history on how all of that really grew in Chicago. The first thing we was doing, we used to make our own almond milk. We used to make our almond milk. You soak the almond and then take the covers off like this. Then you put them in the blender and blend it up. Then you put your sweetener in there, some dates or whatever. And we would make our own almond milk from scratch. These is facts. This is like when we're making our own almond milk, this is like 1980, 1981. You feel me? We making our own almond milk. This is real history. This is what every vegan was doing. The almonds used to be fresh too. Real fresh. And we make our own almond milk. Real talk. This real history. So I did part one, part two. I gotta go do part. I gotta go do part three and finish updating the information. You know what I'm saying? This is how this really took off, though. It wasn't no. It was all done organically. It was all done naturally. You know what I'm saying? To where the point is now. See, this one Dick Gregory was fasting. He'd be fasting for like 40 days and all of that. This is the real history. Nobody gonna show you this. And this is how veganism, this is how vegetarianism turned to veganism. So then I left here and went to LA. That's what I'm finna cover part three. Part three, I'm gonna talk about when I went to LA. I might have did a part three. I thought I did it, but I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it. I thought I did a part three though, but I'm gonna get to the part three. Uh, I'm gonna get to the part three. I can't believe I thought I had already started part three. I probably saved it. I probably didn't present it yet. But I'm just letting y'all know this ain't nothing new and it's only gonna get bigger. So you younger people, y'all wake up. Don't let nobody like fool you. Like this is not a joke. Like you gotta stop eating this stuff they got out here. This stuff they got out here, it ain't no good for you. You know what I'm saying? It's not no good for you. You don't want to bring your children up on this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you right now, save yourself money, save yourself a lot of headache. You know what I'm saying? Get them off of that stuff. You know what I mean? Now, you can't, like my children, they eat whatever they want to eat. I can't make them do it, right? So now when they get a certain age, they're going to do what they're going to do. So seeing that you can't make them follow what you show them, that's why you force them while they little. While they little, you get as much plants in them as possible. So when they start getting older and they start dipping off, and you don't sway, you got to be strong in it so they see you. Because what happened, they might sway off, get 15, 16, 17, start 18, 19, 20. But as long as they see you, when they hit that fork in the road, they going to come back. Because they're going to be like, my mama don't eat this. My daddy didn't eat this. So they got a better opportunity to flip back the right way by seeing you. You planted the seed. So soon as they get out there and they see something wrong, they're going to be like, my daddy told me not to eat this stuff. I'm going to stop eating this stuff. So you got to plant the seed. Now, if you're raising children, you're not forcing them because they don't know no better. They don't know they're going to eat whatever you give them. I got a little baby, he 3 years old, I make him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. He don't know that's good peanut butter and jelly. He don't know. All he knows is it tastes good. So the baby, I'm making him peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I'm making him good cereal. I'm giving him fruit and stuff. The baby gonna eat it. The baby don't know. And them children gonna eat like that all the way. And then in kindergarten, they gonna eat like that first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade. Around fourth grade, that's when other kids gonna start questioning them, and that's when they gonna get a little funny. But by then, they already got a healthy start. So as soon as my children come home in the fourth, grade and stuff and say, Daddy, can I get some chicken? I get it for them. I get it for them. Then I lay down rules. In my house, I lay down rules on my queen and everybody. All right, listen, y'all can do chicken and fish. Y'all can't do no beef and no pork. And the only reason I banned beef, because it was the mad cow disease was going around. And they were saying if you ate a cow with mad cow disease, it might not affect you for 10 years later. So I didn't want the children eating no cow and then 10 years later they be messed up. Because allegedly they were saying, and I'm not saying it's true, they were saying the mad cow disease was like a cannibal's disease because they was chopping up beef, putting it in the cow feed to make the cows get bigger, and the cows were like cannibal, and the cows got mad cow disease. And Oprah put that out there, and they tried to kick her off of TV. A lot of y'all too young to remember when Oprah exposed the cattle industry feeding the cows cow, and they tried to kick Oprah off TV for exposing that. So that's the only reason I included beef, because I wasn't sure. But I do know this, that the cows be shaking, and I do know, and like Papua New Guinea and stuff like that, where they got cannibals, where they eat people, they get the shakes. That's why I called it cannibal disease, because in certain countries where they did have cannibals, it's known that cannibals, when they get older, they be like this. So when I seen the cows like that, I said, I didn't want to take no chance. I'm not saying that's why the cows is like that, because YouTube don't want me to make exact statements like that. I'm just saying that's what scared me. I wasn't sure. So I would let the children eat beef or pork. But once they got a certain age where they're going to do it anyway, then I was just like, okay, no beef and no pork. At first they wasn't eating no meat. My son was raised on no meat, and my daughters, until they got to a certain age, they started questioning it. But basically, even if they ate chicken and stuff, I made sure everything else was vegan. So I made sure all their vegetables was clean when they was eating their meat. Because I felt like if you force them, they ain't gonna do nothing but go the other way anyway. So I wasn't gonna force them. That's something that they got to do that on their own when they get grown anyway. When they get grown, they got to do that on their own. So all you could do, the best thing you could do as plant based is set the example yourself. But the main thing you don't want to do is make yourself sick. You don't want to roll the dice and make yourself sick eating stuff that you could read and see it's kind of discrepancies in these ingredients. So that's why people say it's hard. It's only hard if you don't really believe it ain't no good for you. If you don't believe something is no good for you, like a person that's an addict on substance abuse, the main reason they can't quit because they really don't 100% believe it's no good to them. Everybody that really come to the realization that this is no good for me quit. Alcoholics and substance abusers. Once they face that this really ain't no good, they quit. As long as you think you'll be all right, you kind of think it's no good for you, be all right, you ain't gonna never quit. So when I'm around a person and they know better and they be like, oh man, I'm gonna gotta eat make some cheese or something. I know this person they don't really believe what they eating will do nothing to them. So, I can't be mad at them. They just really don't believe it. So when people say, well, would I go back and eat this and that? You don't understand. No, I really believe that stuff ain't no good. So when I was in the county jail and I was in there, I was eating cheese sandwiches with mayonnaise and white bread. I need no meat, but I'm eating all the dairy and all that. It was easy for me to stop eating it when it get out because I didn't want to eat it when I was in there. It wasn't no thing where Did I still? No, I ain't like it. I mean, this was a concentration camp. This is war. Like I'm a POW. So it wasn't. So it just the mindset. I mean, they're eating potato chips. I mean cheese sandwich, mayonnaise sandwich, stuff like that. I mean egg sandwiches. I didn't eat no meat, but I was eating eggs. All the brothers would give me their eggs. I make eggs on just I don't know what kind of bread that was. It was supposed to be like wheat bread, but wasn't really it wasn't the good wheat bread. It's whatever kind of wheat bread. But because of my mental, this ain't no good. It wasn't no thing like because somebody asked me when I got out was I still did I have a hard time stop eating it? Hell no, I had a hard time. So I couldn't wait to not eat that shit no more because it's not a matter of me it's not no matter me eating it and liking it. I don't like it. I don't like it. This ain't healthy. It's not like, oh, I like it again. No. Because it don't taste good. When your taste buds get used to eating natural, healthy food, that other stuff tastes like trash. Facts. Once you like whole good bread and real good food, like once you eat real jelly and real nut butters, man, that other stuff tastes like trash. Once you get your taste buds back, because when you eat bad food, it alters your taste buds. So now your taste buds think that tastes good. Yeah, your taste buds gone. The main hardest thing about changing the way you eat is fixing your taste buds. Your taste buds gone. Table salt, all the fake ingredients ruin your taste buds. Your taste buds is ruined. They spend hours in labs and stuff experiment with that food to make you get addicted from tasting it. They test it on rats and stuff to make sure the rats go crazy over it. And then they put it in your food. Your taste buds be shot. If you start eating whole foods and stuff, and then I give you like some artificial flavors and stuff, you're gonna be like, what the hey, I swear on everything. I became a vegan in 1978. I go to LA, I go to Hawaii, I come back to LA, I end up back in Chicago. I'm stabbed up, I gotta learn how to walk. I'm in my father's kitchen. I can't get food like I want to get it, man. Right? Now I've been eating coconuts and I've been eating all this great stuff. Now I'm here. They trying to help me go get me some vegetarian food in there, but it's hours where I'm there. They don't know what to feed me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm there. Boom, right? So I think my body was craving like some type of chocolate or something because that would probably give me the energy to get up, exercise, and try to practice the walk. I'm not sure, but that did eventually happen. So I remember one time I was there, I was hungry, man. My mother, when she come on work, she gonna bring me some food from Soul Vegan, right? So I remember my daddy come on me, put some little Debbie cakes up there. I ain't ate no shit like that in years, right? But I'm here, I'm starving. I sit there, I look at them, it ain't no meat. So I get one of the little Debbie cakes, and I open it and I bite it. And I'm like, oh, it was so nasty. I had to spit it out. I'm like, what the hell is this? I swear to God, it was so nasty. I hadn't ate no fake food. I couldn't even, I spit it out. Oh, what is this? I said, this what they eating? They eating this? Oh, they done messed up the, man, they done messed up the snacks. I said, ah. So now, so in my mind, people say, well, when I was little, I used to eat Hostess apple pies. But now I already know because when I used to little eat a Hostess apple pie, it had slices of apples in it. The Hostess apple pie now got gel in it. Well, they don't even, I think they went out of business. So it ain't no way I'm going to eat it because I can look at it and see. People say, don't you miss what you used to eat? What I used to eat ain't here no more. People like, well, don't you miss what you used to eat? Everything I used to eat, been gone. There is nothing here that tastes like what it tastes like in the 70s and the 60s. Facts. Nothing. Nothing. Not McDonald's, none of that. Since I quit, none of that stuff probably tastes like what it tastes like when I used to eat it, so ain't no way I could eat it. You can see that stuff low quality. It's nothing alike because all the food back in the day, no matter what it was still whole food. McDonald's used to cut their fries. They had a fry cutter. When you used to work at McDonald's in the 60s and the early 70s, they had a fry people. And they had the thing, you put the fries in and chop them up, and then you put them in the basket, and you sit the basket down in the waters with the cut fries, right? And then the other person would come, and then you would take them fries, and you would take the basket out the water and hang it up and let them drip. Once the water drip out, the other person doing the fries take that and put that in the grease while you chopping up more fries to put them in the basket, the new basket to put down in the water. This is how McDonald's used to make their fries. You had the person that cut the fries and put the fry in the basket and sitting in the water. Then you had the person that was serving and getting the fries. They would take the fries, hang them up so they drip, and then they would put them in the grease. Real fries. After so long, they start opening these bags. See, the old school McDonald's, when I was little, no, they cut the fries right there. They had potatoes. And your job was to cut fries. And they had the thing, you put it there, you put the potato in, it go book up, and it would make fries. Book up, book up. My mother had one. It was a potato, it was a french fry cutter. You just sit the potato there and go buck up, and it would cut them perfect. And that was a job in McDonald's when I was a kid. The fries, somebody cut them, you would cut them, you would sit them in the water, you take the two things, the two things they put in the fryer? Those two things would go down in the water so they wouldn't turn brown. And then when they run out of fries over here on this side, they'd take them out the water, let them drip, take them over, throw them in the grease, put them down in the grease, hang them up, let them drip, then sit them in the grease while you cut some more, hang them up, hang them up, hang them up. You would go to McDonald's and see all these fries hanging up in the basket, already been in the water, already been cut, dripping, if it's busy, to be ready to fry. Fresh, they was fresh, they was real potatoes. There wasn't that starchy stuff. Everything on the sandwich was real. Real sesame seeds, real tomatoes, real pickles. Yeah, it was good. It was hiding the meat in all of them vegetables. You understand? That's why burgers were so good. Because the vegetables, the mustard was real, the ketchup was real, the pickle, the relish, all that stuff. So the meat was just another thing. All the taste came from all of the stuff on the hot dog, all the stuff on the hamburger is what you like. You never really liked the hamburger. Hamburger don't taste like nothing. It's the stuff you put around it that made it taste good. And hamburgers never was popular. Fries was always popular. The babies always liked the fries. Your baby never would eat the hamburger. All real parents know what I'm talking about. Your baby will not eat that doggone burger. You take your baby to McDonald's, Burger King, whatever, you get them a burger, a fry, and a drink, and you put it back there in their lap while you driving. Your 2-year-old, your 3-year-old, when you look back there, they're going to be drinking that drink and eating them fries. You're going to have to say, eat your burger, eat your burger, eat your burger. After indoctrinating them so long, and they finally eat the burger, then they get used to eating the burger. But no kids eat burgers. Little babies hate burgers. Little babies don't eat burgers. Little babies drink and eat fries. Any parent will tell you that. You have to beg them to eat that burger. You have to throw away burgers for a while. Like one bite, they took one bite until they get indoctrinated. Any real parent will tell you that. They got to get indoctrinated to eat the burger. When I was coming up, it was easy to get us to eat the burger because they could take us to White Castle, and White Castle had the little burger. So you felt like it was a baby burger. You know what I'm saying? So you would eat it, and it was soft. You know what I'm saying? So my mama could take us to White Castle when she get home from work. Real food history. But we was healthy because mostly growing up, you ate cabbage, corn on the cob, string beans, black eyed peas, sweet potatoes, some chicken. Your mama ain't cooking no 5 or 10 chickens. She gonna cook one chicken. Your daddy gonna get a thigh and a breast. Your mama gonna get a thigh and a breast. And my sister gonna get a wing and a drumstick. I'm gonna get a wing and a drumstick. That's it. There is no more chicken. You gotta eat your food. So in those days, when you pick up your chicken, your mama say, put that down and what? Eat your food. She considered the vegetables your food. She never considered the meat your food. Facts. Anybody tell you that, say he ain't lying. Your mama give you your plate and you pick up the chicken, you pick up the meat. Your mama say, put that meat down and eat your food because they considered the vegetables and stuff healthy. They didn't consider the meat healthy. They didn't. They considered the meat was just to get you full. They called it get full, but they didn't consider that healthy. They want you to eat that corn, them peas, them beans, stuff like that is what they felt made you healthy. They called that food and they called that meat. Put that meat down and eat your food. And you had to eat some of that other food before your mama would let you bite that drumstick or that wing. Facts. She not letting you you're not finna sit there and just eat that meat because you're not going to be full anyway on that. They make sure you eat your vegetables. That was automatic. And then all kids had a vegetable you like. So your mama already knew. My mama know I'm eating all the corn on the cob. So she make a big old pot of corn on the cob. Because I want another one and another one. I like the corn on the cob more than anything. Way more than the meat. The corn on the cob was my favorite. So everybody would have a favorite. The string beans was good. I didn't dislike them. I liked them. But I didn't dislike them. They wasn't like they was great, but I don't know. We just ate them. They seemed like they was good. I used to eat the string beans up. The sweet potato I eat up. The baked potato I would eat up. The cabbage I would eat. The black eyed peas, you know what I'm saying? I would eat them. I would eat them because my mom make you. You gotta eat everything. Yeah, you gotta eat everything. But your mama knew how not to give you a lot of the stuff you don't like. If you ain't eat like black eyed peas, she wouldn't give you a whole bunch of them. She'd just give you a few of them. She'd give you more of the vegetables you like. Because she just wants you to eat and be full and be strong. But meat wasn't like the main course. Never. When I was growing up, meat was never the main course. It was always the vegetables. The vegetables was always the main course. That was always the main thing. Eat your vegetables. Eat your vegetables. Eat your vegetables. Eat your vegetables. That's a little history for y'all. You know what I'm saying? When you raising your children, you got to get your children to eat a lot of fruits and vegetables. And you got to get them off of all this artificial flavors, artificial color, preservative, all that stuff. Get your babies off that stuff, or you're going to be in a doctor's office a lot. You're going to be in the doctor's office with your baby. And it's crazy because soon as you get sick, now you get the vegetable soup. See what I'm saying? Every time we get sick, boom, you get the soup with a whole bunch of vegetables in it. It might be a little chicken in it, but the soup is mostly vegetable broth. Think about it. Soup was the magic. All parents in America, when kids get sick, they give you soup. And what's in soup? Celery, carrots, stuff like that. Think about it. They don't give you no chicken when you're sick. They give you soup. A lot of times vegetable soup too, with no nut, no meat in it. I swear to God. And you know what was the magic formula? This is ancient history. Ginger ale. Because ginger ale back then really had ginger in it. Wasn't like this stuff now. You drink ginger ale, you can feel it come through your nose. Coke, too, Pepsi too. Ginger ale, Coke, and Pepsi was strong. Coca-Cola and Pepsi was so strong that for the babies, your mama would put it in a little cup and cut it with water. That's how strong. You couldn't drink it straight. That's how strong it was. Coca-Cola and Pepsi was so strong that if you shook it and opened it, it'd only be this much soda left in there. It'd shoot all out. When you drink it, you could feel it coming out your nose like a bull. How they show you a bull? Yeah, it was strong. It wasn't like this stuff. It was the real thing. When they say Coca-Cola, yeah, it was strong. You couldn't even give it to kids. It was that strong. Your mama had to cut it with water. And ginger ale was super strong. So anytime you get sick, your mama give you ginger ale and soup. You be back. Orange juice was real oranges. Orange juice was strong too. Orange juice was really orange juice. I don't know what this stuff is, but orange juice was orange juice. Like a bunch of oranges juiced for real, you know. They started cutting and the candy was real. All the candy was real. You know, Jolly Ranchers? Jolly Ranchers was called wine candy. And it was real fruit. Not like these Jolly Ranchers you got right here. Jolly Ranchers was so real, right? Real talk. Jolly Ranchers was so real that if you was in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, maybe third grade, your mama wouldn't let you eat the red ones because you get drunk. Facts. They're called wine candies. Now they call them Jolly Ranchers. That's why they had to stop calling them wine candies. They started calling it Jolly Ranchers. But they was called wine candies. Your mama wouldn't let you eat the grape ones or any other red ones. You couldn't eat the strawberry ones. You could eat the green ones or the yellow ones. But you could not eat the grape one or the strawberry one because they would get, especially the grape. The strawberry wasn't too bad, but the grape one, your mama like, no, give me that. You're going to be drunk. You be riding drunk. Real talk. Your baby, your little second grader eat 2 grape wine candies, he be around there giggling, and you got to make him go to bed. The green ones wasn't bad. The green ones didn't get you drunk, but the grape ones, your mama would say, that baby, you're going to be drunk. You don't need that. That's how strong it was. It was real wine candy. Like it was really wine candy. Like for real, it was wine. It was candy made from real fruit. Seriously. So even when they ate bad, their bad food was more healthier than this bad food. That's why they still live to 80, 100, 90. Because even though the food was bad, it was much stronger than this food. And they had good intestines because they didn't eat a lot of meat. They ate a lot of vegetables that helped digest that meat. They ate a lot of vegetables. Because back in those days, the only days you ate a lot of meat was the 4th of July. When they barbecue, that's it. When they barbecue, that's when you just can eat meat. Other than that, no. Christmas, Thanksgiving, none of that. No, you had to eat a rounded meal. The only meat day mainly was 4th of July, where your daddy got all these ribs and all these hot dogs and all these burgers. And yeah, everybody just eat meat. Not too much vegetables. You don't eat too much vegetables on the 4th of July. But that's the only day. All the other days, It had to be balanced. It had to be, your food had to be balanced because you gotta understand they was from Mississippi and Alabama and stuff. So they ate vegetables. As a little kid, I used to go to the store with my mother and she would get string beans and come back and me and my sister would help pop the string beans. And string beans used to go pop. You can't find string beans good like that no more. You break the little tips off of them, and then maybe she didn't want you to crack them in the middle. She wants you to break the little tips. You can hear them go pop, pop. And she have a big old tub of them. And we be sitting there breaking the little tips off the string beans for my mama. Man, them string beans, you can't find those nowhere. I talk to my friends now still from Alabama, everywhere. Nobody can find those string beans. Nobody ate cauliflower. Nobody ate broccoli. It's amazing how the vegetables changed too. Back then, they didn't eat those vegetables. They didn't eat like zucchini. Unless you went to a Italian restaurant, it might be in a meal. They ate all the greens, collard, mustard, turnip. They ate cabbage. They ate string beans, corn on the cob, rutabagas, black-eyed peas, string beans. That was the major vegetables that they ate. As a major vegetable. Potatoes, baked potatoes, sweet potatoes. Those were the main vegetables. I think I said cabbage. That was the vegetables. That's what they ate. That was the main vegetables that foundational Black Americans ate when they came from the South. Whites ate different, and the reason I can't say whites is because all blacks ate the same, but whites didn't eat the same because whites wasn't from the same place. We was all from the same place, come from the South, but the whites wasn't from the same place because back then they had mixed yet. So they was like Polish or German. So the German whites ate German, right? And the Polish, so they didn't have a way where you could say how white Americans ate because they ate ethnic, food where they was from. The Italians didn't eat the same thing the Germans ate. You know what I'm saying? The Polish didn't eat like the Germans, so that's why I can't describe how white America ate because there was really no white America. It was Italian America, Greek America, like that. So they ate ethnic, so they didn't have no, it's not like now they white because they didn't all mixed, right? But back then they really wasn't white. They was like wherever they was from. So there's no type of white American dish. They don't have no dish because it was Greeks. The Greeks ate the gyros and stuff like that. The Italians, you know how they got down. They got down. You know what I'm saying? The blacks, out of all the different white ethnic groups, we like the Italian food. The Italian food was the bomb. You know what I'm saying? That's why the Italian food blew up. The pizza and all that. Yeah, the Italians had it popping on my soul. So we ate a lot of spaghetti, stuff like that. Spaghetti and meatballs, that come from them. Pizza, we didn't get pizza till late though. Pizza came like later. Like when first time me and my sister had a pizza, we probably was in the 4th grade or something. I was probably in the 4th grade. She was probably in the 3rd grade. But by the time I got to high school, pizza ran Chicago. But that's why I'm not trying to not speak on the white culture, but I don't know what they was eating because they didn't have no, if they all ate the same way, I would know, but they didn't. They didn't because it was a lot of different whites, Lithuanians. It was a lot of them, it was a lot of them. There's the Jewish, right? And the Italians, the Germans, the Polish, the Greeks. You know what I'm saying? And they all ate different. They didn't eat nothing alike. And that's why Chicago got the best food in the world, because we got all that here. We got everybody food here. You know what I'm saying? Everybody don't got the real Greek gyro, but you could get the real gyro here. Everybody ain't got the real authentic Italian food, but you could get the real authentic old straight from Italy food here still today, as best as you can, based on the vegetables. Of course, the tomatoes and stuff ain't as good as they used to be, but so that's why I can't really speak on how they used to eat, because they didn't have no coordinated. It was really no such thing as white. That's new. Once they start intermingling and dating in the 80s, you know what I'm saying? The Italian girl married him. His family Polish. So then they just became white. But they wasn't white back then. You know what I'm saying? They was different stuff. So it was no specific way that I can explain how they ate. I don't know how they ate, because it was like private. You know what I'm saying? It was private. The German families, I don't know how they ate. We know they had the Wiener Schnitzels and stuff like that, but we don't know sauerkraut and stuff like that. I know some of the things they ate, but I don't know how they prepared their meals every day, because every ethnic group prepared their meals different. You know what I'm saying? But everybody ate a lot of vegetables, though. But some ate more meat and potatoes, right? But the one thing uh, uh, all of them did every now and then mess with salads a little bit, but like string beans. Some white ethnic groups ate string beans, some didn't. Blacks ate the string beans. So it was a little different. So this way you got the different vegetables, because where they come from, they might be eating asparagus and stuff. Ain't nobody else even really know about asparagus. You know what I'm saying? The Greeks was eating some totally different stuff. You know what I mean? They had some good food too, though. But wasn't nobody touching the Italians. Nobody was touching the Italians or the Chinese. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese had it popping. You know what I'm saying? The Chinese ran stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? Anywhere have some kind of ethnic stock. Yeah, they got some type of ethnic stock, and they like different vegetables, Angela. That's the part I don't know, which vegetables as kids, because by me being a kid, I'm not able to travel. So me being 10, 9 years old, I have no idea what was going on. You know what I'm saying? That's the another reason I don't know, because I'm talking about when I'm 9, 10, and back then, you barely know what's going on the block on your little street. So doggone well you don't know what's going on in the city. Not in no 9, 8, 7 years old. I don't know. Yeah, they used to. You know what I'm saying? Because another thing, Angela, is that you had different. Um, you had That's when they used to have the little fruit stand, vegetables and fruit stands, and the different vegetables and fruit stands carried what that ethnic group in that area eat. So if you went in an Italian neighborhood, they had the Italian vegetable and fruit stand, which ain't no telling what they got, and they getting stuff imported from the old land too. So they getting food from their country coming into New York and sending it around. So if you're not able to go to the fruit and vegetable stand in that ethnic group area, ain't no telling. Because the only way you would know what each group is eating is if you go to the fruit and vegetable stands in their area. And then that's based on the women. You know what I'm saying, Angela? Because the women control the cooking. So ain't no telling what they cooking. Because the women control the cooking, and She cooking it up. Probably stuff I never heard of back then, because a lot of stuff they was eating back then, like in the Greek neighborhood, a lot of stuff they was eating in the 60s in the Greek neighborhood, they might not even be keeping that going now. Same with the Italians. The way they ate back then probably changed a lot. They probably ain't cooking a lot of them old school Italian dishes like they was in the 60s, because black folks ain't for sure. Heck yeah, the women was crazy, Angela. They knew all the sales. Back then, the women was on them sales because the sales was on Thursday. So the women all over, I know that, no matter what race or whatever ethnic group, they would cut out the coupons and they would go to like 3, 4 stores. But it's different stores. Like in Chicago, it's different stores in different areas, but it's still 3 or 4 of them. So if she can get this over here for this price, she get it there. If the butcher over here got that, she get that there. That's another thing too. In the white ethnic groups, they went to the butcher. Blacks didn't go to the butcher. That's another thing. Blacks didn't go to the butcher. They bought their meat at the regular supermarket. But the white ethnic groups had butchers and they also had specific bakeries. The black community didn't have bakeries. We didn't have like black bakeries. But the Italians, the Greeks, and them, they had bakeries. You know what I'm saying? That's another difference. Heck yeah, Angela, they was crazy with the coupons. Them women knew how to get a lot of food. They knew how to get a lot of food. For real. The women was on it. That was their responsibility to get the food together. And they was the cooks. You know, the men don't know what to do because we don't know what she want to cook. Don't even try to go buy her stuff because you're gonna forget stuff. Where's my red onions? What is wrong with you, Harry? You know what I'm saying? You didn't get her. She would have got her red onions. You didn't get them. So the women would not let you go shop because you're going to mess it up anyway. Now, you could go get the salami or you could go get the sausage or something, but you cannot go get the rest of the food because she got to get what she going to get. The women was serious about preparing the food, and the women was serious about health. One thing about all the women, no matter what ethnic group they was, oh, you're gonna eat health. You're gonna eat something healthy. That's why people wasn't getting sick back then. They didn't play that. The Italians didn't play that. The Greeks, the Germans, nobody played that. You're gonna eat something healthy. That's a fact. That's one thing about all the kids from all the ethnic groups. Our mamas made us eat some, and grandmamas made us eat stuff we didn't want to eat. Everybody, whether you're Italian, German, whatever, everybody, kids had to eat stuff that you didn't want to eat because grandma or mama, she ain't going. You're going to eat that. Whatever she made, whatever soup or whatever broth or whatever, you're going to eat it. You know what I'm saying? That women was tripped out. One time, man, my mother went upstairs and I went and dumped my stuff in the toilet and flushed it. But she came back downstairs real fast. She said, I know you didn't eat that food like that. I said, yes, I did. She went in there and everything went down except one of the peas, man. One of the things was floating in the toilet. I was so mad at that little piece of vegetable. I hate that piece of vegetable. Because, you know, my mama just went and got the bowl, washed it out, and flopped some 2 scoops of it in there and said, eat it. I could have just ate the 1 scoop. She went and doubled up on me. She made me go in there with her. Come in here, let me see. She went in there and it was sweat. I was, dang, man, why you didn't go down? So I learned how to take toilet paper and put it in there on top of it. Kids is bad. My mama used to eat rutabagas and she'd tell me to taste them, but she know we didn't like them. So she wouldn't make us eat stuff like that. She cooked enough stuff where there was other stuff we could eat. She was from Alabama, so she made certain food just for her. She knew we weren't going to eat certain stuff, but she always made what we ate. Yeah, there's some type of veggie-based stew and stuff like that. Foundational Black Americans didn't eat stew. Ain't that crazy? We didn't eat stew. We ate chili sometimes, but we didn't eat no stew. Ain't that crazy? We didn't eat like beef stew and stuff like that. No, that's crazy. Yeah. In Chicago, I don't know, maybe somewhere else. That's crazy, ain't it? Yeah, we didn't eat stew. That's crazy. We ate soup when we got sick, but we didn't eat no stew. We didn't eat gumbo. I think down in New Orleans they ate gumbo, but in Chicago we didn't eat stew. That's crazy. We ate pork chops, chicken, you know, stuff like that. Spaghetti and meatballs. Oh, boiled chicken. Oh, I hated it. I hated boiled chicken. I wouldn't eat that. It just was nasty. Noodle soup when you get sick. We didn't eat no soup till we got sick. The only time we ate soup is when you were sick. Yep, that's the only time you had soup when you get sick. You know what I mean? That's the only time we had soup. It was when we got sick. We never ate soup, so we got sick. You know, it's cold in Chicago, real bad weather, so you're gonna eat some soup because you're gonna have the sniffles, but they didn't really make a lot of soup. I have to think about how my mama made different stuff every day. And then I was difficult and finicky, so you know what I'm saying? Your mom made soups and stews, yeah. My mother didn't make it. Now, it probably was families in Chicago probably made it. That might have just been my mama. So now when I can't speak for every family, that might have just been my mama didn't make soups and stews. It might have just been her. They made pork chops and stuff like that. Chicken, pork chops, meatloaf, stuff like that. And then we had the poor food days. So when the money run out, that's when we eat the pork and beans and shit like that, right? So you had the food when the paycheck come in, food. Then you got the food before the paycheck come, right? Before the paycheck come, that might be some different type of stuff. She made the oxtail with potatoes and carrots. Yeah. Yeah, it was two different ways to eat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was two different ways to eat. Sometimes, it'd be the potted meat, what you call Vienna sausage, and sandwiches. They used to buy this stuff called lunch meat, and lunch meat would be any kind of cut up, different kind of cut up meats, chicken loaf, this and that. Grilled cheese sandwiches. You know, when you got kids, yeah, my mama ate that, but I never ate it. You know, my mama would eat a lot of stuff. She was from Alabama, but I was born in Chicago, so a lot of stuff I would look at her crazy. So my mama had a tough time with me because I was cityfied and she was from the country. So there was some clash in there. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I'm born in Chicago. What is this? You know what I'm saying? So I think she figured it out after a while. Certain stuff I just not going. Boy, what is that? You know what I'm saying? No, I ain't doing that. So by the time I got like in the fourth grade or fifth grade, a lot of times I wasn't eating at all. I was out there taking bottles to the store, turning them and getting money going to McDonald's. I'm going to McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? I ain't finna eat that. You know what I mean? I was hustling early to get my food. I go turn in bottles. Boom, I take a black pen, a red pen, a blue pen, a pencil. I go turn my bottles in. The man count my bottles. He say $1.49. He write it in pencil. I got to turn it to the lady in front. She gave my money. As I'm walking to the front, I might put a one in front of it. So it say 11.49. She give me $11. I go get me some weed and some McDonald's. So I was hustling the bottle man. Cause what if if it say 149, I might make the one a nine. You know what I'm saying? I would have a pen for every color. I was I was a hustler early, so I would take every color, and then when I turned the bottles in, I would change. At first, I would turn the bottles in, and one time I had two things of bottles, and I sat them down. It was a whole bunch. It was two more things of bottles. So when he came out, he said, "All those yours?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah." So he wrote me more. So then I started. He had a big shopping cart full of bottles already turned in. So once I realized he was asleep, I would come with one set of bottles, take two out the thing, and set them by mine. Every time he come, I would claim all of them. So I was coming up. Every day I was smoking. I was eating McDonald's. My mom, you hungry? No, I'm good. So then he got hip. He started marking them all the bottles. So I couldn't move the old bottles. I think he got hip. So then I started bringing pens and changing the number on there. You know what I'm saying? I turned in $9 worth of bottles. Boom, I put in one in front of 1970. 976 turned to 1976. Give me $19 from the lady up at the front. Go get me some McDonald's, shoot some dice, try to win some money. Smoke a little something. Give me something to drink. You know what I mean? Maybe get me some Boone's Farm or some Wild Irish Rose, Richard Wild Irish Rose or something. You know what I mean? I'm in the fifth grade. You know what I mean? Come on, my mama. You hungry? Nah. And then the girl on the block, Cookie, she started working at McDonald's. So Cookie was at McDonald's. So I go to McDonald's, order a whole bunch of stuff. She bring it. I go and leave, you know. But the last time I got caught, I was leaving with all that stuff. And he's like, come here. And I ran out of there. Cookie got fired. Because I got like 4 Big Macs, 4 fries, and I only gave her $2. You know, she just rang it up like it was $2 worth of stuff, but filled the bags up. I come home with all that McDonald's. My mama like, where you get all this at? I'm like, I bought it. I told her some lie. She gave it to my sister. They all ate it, though. They ain't asked that many questions. Cookie got fried though. She was mad. I was hustling early. I was a city boy. And my mom and them from Alabama. And quickly, I didn't want to do the Alabama thing. I didn't want to eat the Alabama stuff. You know what I'm saying? Now, we're not doing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna go to the hoagie shop, get me a hoagie. I'm finna go get me an Italian beef sandwich, something like that. I'm going to McDonald's. I'm going to Burger King. I'm going to Chicken Unlimited. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not finna eat what mama cook up in there. I'm not finna eat that. I'm a big boy now. I'm in the fifth grade. You tripping. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the fifth grade. Boy, I'm not eating that. And the Lord saved me and sent me vegan. Because, boy, if I didn't go vegan, I would be sick. Because I ate horribly and a lot. So I would have been fat looking. I wouldn't look nothing like this. I would have been this distorted my body. My head would be bigger. I would be all swollen. I would look like a whole nother person. Because I seen my daddy picture when he was young, his picture when he got older. That meat turn you into a cow looking. You start getting round. It sculpture your whole body change. Real talk. Anyway, y'all eat right. I appreciate y'all checking out the live. You know what I'm saying? Do I think I'd be obese by now? Oh, if I ate the way I used to eat, I don't think I would be obese. Because I don't think I was always cool. So I don't think I would have liked being obese. But I think I would have been more bulky, but I don't think I would have been obese. I would have just been shaped a little different. But I wouldn't have been obese because I like clothes and like to dress, and I wouldn't have got sloppy. You know what I'm saying? Mm-mm. Yeah, I wouldn't have got sloppy. I doubt that very much. You know what I'm saying? I like fashion too much and stuff like that. And then I doubt. And then another thing, my mother was slim, and I ate more like my mother, and my sister ate more like my father, and my father liked the beef. My father liked beef and stuff like that, and my mother liked chicken and fish. So I still probably would have leaned more to my mother's side because I always ate a little bit more like her. Because I really wasn't really big on beef and pork chops and stuff like that. I more liked chicken, shrimp, stuff like that. I'd eat burgers and fries, but I really didn't like steak and stuff. I ain't really like steak and pork chops and stuff like that. I ain't like that. I like shrimp fried rice. And I liked seafood and chicken more. I didn't like turkey because I thought I kept being like, why y'all keep making turkey for turkey nasty? Why y'all make chicken? Yeah, I was just a little bit more like my mother. My sister ate more like my daddy. They liked the steaks and the meat and stuff like that, the red meat and that stuff. Me, you know, I like shrimp, perch, whiting, fish. I like fish. I like chicken. I like chicken and fish. But I would eat rib tips. I would eat stuff like that. I would eat like sandwiches. But I wasn't really just big on steaks. I never really ordered steaks. Anytime I went to dinner, I ordered like shrimp and shit. Yeah, I took my baby girl I take her to Red Lobster. So I was never big on steaks, pork chops and steaks. I didn't really like that much. So I doubt if I would have got too bad. The sandwiches would have got me though, because I did eat the sandwich, Italian beef, Italian sausage. I ate those though. Sandwich, I was a sandwich, you know what I'm saying? But I doubt long term as an adult. I kind of doubt if I would have got that bad because most likely I would have went back to my original thing and I would have been heavy on chicken and fish, shrimp, stuff like that, lobster. I think I would have went more that way. Because even as a young dude, you know, when you first go out, start taking your girl on a date, I was always going to Red Lobster. I said that was the spot to take my girl back then. If you went to the Red Lobster, you was doing something. Yeah, Portillo's is new. My daughter worked there though. Portillo's is new. When I was young, it was the hot dog stand on on South Chicago, 79 South Chicago, where everything crossing there. And it was a white dude. He had a hot dog stand with the buns with the black seeds on it. He would steam them. That was the big spot back in the late 60s or 70s. Yeah, that was the hot dog dude. That everybody in Chicago went over there to get them hot dogs. Portillo's, all that stuff new. That stuff all came out when I went to Hawaii and California, came back. But when I was growing up, one Portillo's painted down on 109th. They had the barbecue, jumbo barbecue shrimp. That's what I would be going to get. It was painted down and it was Leon's. I fell out in Leon's, bust my bust my lip or something. I had been smoking and drinking and stuff, and it was wintertime, and I got out my car and it was real cold. Then I went in Leon's, it was real hot. And I was in there ordering me some rib tips or something. The next thing you know, boom, I heard, dude, I was on the ground. Dude was looking over the thing. You all right? I think I was about 17, maybe 17. I fell out of Leon's trying to get me some rib tips. You know what I'm saying? Jewtown. I used to go down there and get tailor-made clothes and stuff, but I didn't buy no food down there. Yeah, I didn't buy no food down there. I used to go down there and get my tailor-made clothes. I didn't buy no food from them. From them. Because my daddy was taking us to get the hot dogs. Once I got up, I never bought hot dogs. So when I was driving around the street, I'm at Church's Chicken. Boom, that was new. Church's, boom, McDonald's, Jack in the Box. Give me a jumbo jack, some tacos. You know, Jack in the Box was popping. Like I said, painted down. And then the pizza place, any pizza place that got good pizza. Them was the main spots. White Castle. They the only ones open. Only ones open late at night is White Castle and Churches. They would be the only ones open at 2, 3 in the morning when we get through smoking and clubbing and stuff. And there was the spots in Leon's over there on I think they was on Cottage. Leon's barbecue. I didn't really do Harold's. My daddy did Harold's. I would get that when I ride on the bus with him all night when I was a little boy. My dad was eating the Harold's when they first started on his bus ride up and down Stony Island. So that's when I would eat Harold's. But I ain't really mess with Harold's. We messed with Churches. Churches came out and blew up when I was in like high school. And then they would be open till 3, 4 in the morning. You know, we out chasing the young girls. So, we got the girls, we going to churches, we drinking and stuff. So Church's Chicken had popped off. They knocked White Castle out because everybody used to go to White Castle because they be open 24 hours. So anytime you got through going to a party and stuff, and you get out the party to 12 at night, 12:30, 1, 2 in the morning, the only place was to eat was White Castle. But then when churches came, boom, we could finally stop going to White Castle because you used to have to go to White Castle over there on 111th or on 79th. But we would go to the ones on 111 because that's why I lived out there. And man, the line outside the door. Because everybody and their mama had White Castle. That's before churches opened. This some real food history, though, we laying down. But the thing is, that stuff was poisonous. So I was really blessed to run into Dick Gregory, and it changed the way I ate. Young like that. You know what I'm saying? Changed the way I ate like 19, 20 years old. Now I've been plant-based for 48 years. I got 2 more years to be 50 years, no meat. I was blessed. Because I didn't eat good. I didn't eat good. I was living a fast life, and my whole generation was fast food. Fast food was made for me. I'm generation 1 with fast food. When I was a little baby, McDonald's wasn't big. McDonald's didn't get big till I got like about the 3rd grade, 4th grade. McDonald's wasn't, nobody went to McDonald's like that. I remember when the Big Mac came out. And I remember when the Whopper came out. That's when they started getting big. When they dropped the Big Mac. Because before that, we would go to McDonald's and what we would get was a double cheeseburger. They didn't have a Big Mac. You used to have to get a double cheeseburger. And there wasn't no Whopper. Burger King was nothing, really. McDonald's was popular, but you get a double cheeseburger. Then they came out with the Big Mac. And then Burger King came out with the Whopper. And then they opened Jack in the Box and they came out with the Jumbo Jack. And the thing about it was the Big Mac went up this way. The Whopper was kind of like went out that way. The Jumbo Jack went out like that. They made it bigger round than the Whopper. But they made a lot of money because they had them tacos. You could get the hard shell or the soft shell. Them soft shell tacos was crazy. They made a lot of money because that was the first drive-through. This is food history. The first drive-through was Jack in the Box because that's why they called it Jack in the Box because it was a Jack in the Box which you used to talk to place your order. McDonald's didn't have drive. Nobody had drive-through. Churches, nobody. I think churches did it next. I think churches did it before McDonald's. But the first one to have a drive-through was Jack in the Box. That's how they sold Jack in the Box because it was the thing to talk in was the Jack in the Box. So that was everybody wanted to go do that. Everybody wanted to go talk to the Jack in the Box, order their food. Your mama loved it because nobody got to get out the car. You know what I'm saying? So they took over. You don't got to get out the car. Just pull up, order your food, pull up to the window and get it. Oh, they went crazy. That's food history too. Jack in the Box had the first drive up order in it was a Jack in the Box, a Jack, and you would talk to that thing. And of course the kids love it because it looked like a cartoon. So they made a fortune. And the kids love it because kids like finger food, so you can get your kids a little taco. The first time we taco, because before that, the only place we would get a taco was Pepe's. Who remember Pepe's? But you had to go inside in Pepe's. My mama used to go to Pepe's. You understand? Real talk. Yeah. Real talk. That's real food history of what was going on with the food. That's real history. That's real food history. For sure. That's that real food history. For sure. Pepe's in Maryville. Yeah, I used to go out to Maryville. In the Bay Area, 1/4 burger at Casper's Hot Dog. Yep, they sure was. Casper's was big. Casper's was big in Northern California, and I think they, I don't know, were they in Colorado too? That's another thing. When we used to travel, you had to go to different burger spots based on where you went. So when you went down south, you had to go to Big Boy. They didn't have a McDonald's. And it was this big old dude, big old boy when you went down south. You had to go to Big Boy. Yep. When you went down south, they had different when you went to different part of the country, they had different franchises that was doing well. This was before McDonald's really took over all across the country. A documentary on the History Channel about U.S. food history. Yeah, I would be interested to watch that. I would bring back a lot of memories. But they used to use all natural flavors and natural colorants, so the food was way healthier. Then after so long, they start switching to artificial flavors, artificial colorants, and preservatives. You know what I'm saying? The first burger was White Castle. Yep, White Castle was like really was the ones that put it on the map. Chef Boyardee, right? And then that was the hamburger because you had all kind of burgers. So the White Castle was the first one did the hamburger because you had all different type of burgers. Because anything you used to put in a patty, they used to call a burger. So people used to make lentil burgers, bean burgers. Because a lot of people understand a burger is just a patty. A burger is not really meat. I'm glad you said that, Angela. Because people don't understand that a burger is just when you make a patty. So when people see vegan veggie burgers, they're like, that's not a burger. Yes, a burger just means a patty. So anything you make a patty out of and cook it like that is a burger. So a burger could be, it could be a fish burger, it could be a beef burger, it could be a pork burger, it could be any kind of bean burger, it could be a lentil burger. So a lot of people, I'm glad you said that, don't understand that a burger just describes the patty. It doesn't describe what it is. So White Castle came out with the hamburger, but the actual burger, the first burgers that was big was some other kind of burger from Ireland. I want to say a potato burger. I want to say the Irish during the famine started making these potato burgers, patties out of potatoes. I think, I think, I had to go look that, but I think that's really one of the big burgers in the world was when the Irish was, because that when the Irish had that famine, they was making everything out of potatoes. Like, man, the science on what they was doing with potatoes is incredible. All they had was potatoes, and they made everything out of it. Liquor, stuff to drink, you name it, they made it out of potatoes. It's incredible what the Irish did with potatoes when that was all they had. They made everything you couldn't even imagine out of potatoes. Swear to God. The Irish, they like the potato masters of the world. This is a fact. I'm glad you brought that up. Hey, I read up on that. I can't remember the details, but if you read up on that and see how much stuff they made out of potatoes, you would not believe it. Man, they made hundreds of things out of potatoes. They can make a full course meal out of potatoes and none of it tastes the same. You don't even know you eating potatoes. Facts. They can make a 5-course meal, a 3-course meal, a 4-course meal out of potatoes and it don't taste the same. You got meat, you got the vegetable. I was crazy. For real, the Irish, it's incredible. I watched a special on it. It's incredible. So they still had a variety of food and drink, all from a potato. Liquor, everything from potatoes. They cold. The Irish was cold with that. Cold. The Irish was cold with the potatoes. I ain't gonna lie. It's some amazing. That's some amazing history. Food is amazing. It's an amazing history about food. Seriously. About all the different herbs and what they do, all the different fruits, all the different vegetables, just berries alone. When you really find out how many different type of berries is out here, it's amazing. And when you travel, it's so much different variety of fruits and vegetables and nuts and stuff. It's amazing. In Hawaii, on Maui, we was driving and we went up on this road and there was this tree had these things on it and they was called rose apples. And they taste like a rose. Now, what the hell do a rose taste like? See what I'm saying? It tastes like a rose. but I never ate a rose before. And they call rose apples. Then they got purple sweet potatoes, which I don't know why they have not expanded perps. We call them perps. I used to make a purple sweet potato pie with the coconut on the top. It was beautiful, a beautiful purple, a royal purple with the white. Ah, hey, that is the best sweet potato so far. It might be better ones because ain't no telling what kind of sweet potatoes in Africa, Asia. But so far in this hemisphere, over here where we at, the purple sweet potato is amazing and it's beautiful. It is so beautiful. And I was like, why they don't have them? Somebody told me they be having them in California and New Mexico, I think. Became a blue zone from their Japanese sweet potato. Interesting. But that's why I really learned about a variety of food and stuff when I was in Hawaii. I said, dang, they got a lot of food. They got a lot of different food. They got a lot of different food in Hawaii. A lot. That just show you. Imagine Tahiti, Fiji. Just imagine all the islands in the Caribbean, all the varieties of food. Just like in Hawaii, you wouldn't believe how many different types of mangoes they have out there. It'll blow your mind. They got so many different types of mangoes. It's like, wow. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of food on this planet. Nobody should be hungry on this planet. The Japanese definitely have always kept their weight down. They do a lot of soy products that's off the chain. I can't wait till I go to Japan because there's certain places I got to go visit to get. They got some soy products that's just supposed to be phenomenal. And the way they eat uh, in Japan and certain places in China, they live to be 100 years old because of the way they eat, the sprouts they eat, the beans they eat, the way they prepare it. They live a long time. Also, the stuff they drink. They drink special drinks, special teas, special herb drinks. See, when you start getting into Asia, you getting into some real medicine. Because the in ancient time, it was the ancient Egyptians and the Chinese and the Japanese. They was ahead of their times with the herbal medicine. China was like light years ahead with the herbal medicine. Because Europe's weather, they didn't have access to as many different herbs and stuff as China. Because China got from the north to the south, so they got a lot of different climates. But the Chinese was really heavy into the herbs, heavy into the herbs, straight up. heavy into the herbs. The Chinese was real heavy into the herbs on a whole nother level. A lot of ancient medicine come from there. And still today, you come to Chicago, you could go to Chinatown and get some real good herbs. Still today, you could get some real solid ginseng, like the real ancient ginseng in the glass bottle. You can get the big ones. We used to get the ginseng. We used to drink the ginseng, and it would get us like a euphoric type feel. Like the pho tea a drink too. Don Quai, all these herbs and stuff. The Chinese was mastering that type of stuff. Seriously. And that's how they was able to keep their weight down. Now we got to get people back to get their weight down. Now we got to get people to get that weight down and to cut back on what they eat and make sure that their digestive tracts is smooth and make sure that they ain't got all these cancerous chemicals and things in their body that stay too long that turn into cancer. Make sure that their digestive tracts is running smoothly. And get them off of things that rot in their body. They're eating things that rot. It's going to rot in there. It's going to rot. It's going to rot in the body. This is something that, we've been struggling trying to get people to know that. And it's been resistance. And the sad thing about the resistance and change the way they eat, we losing people every day. And nobody ain't saying nothing. Because they not vegan. They not plant-based. And they dropping like flies. So it's like, okay, you're not being receptive to putting more plants in your life, but if you look at society, people dropping like flies, left and right. They dropping, and that's another thing. When you gonna go vegan or you gonna go plant based, you don't argue that. That's not up for debate. You let people do what they gonna do. They gotta learn the hard way. You just make sure that you keep stuff in your digestive tract that's going to pass quickly and that's not going to set up any type of poison, cancer, or no infection in your system. It's nothing you debate. I will not debate going vegan with nobody. That's something you got to FAFO. I'm not debating that. Do what you do, and time will tell. I'm about to turn 68 in February. Do what you do. You know what I'm saying? You got to find out the hard way. Now, I've been plant based for 48 years. It's worked out great for me. I ain't got no big medical bills or nothing like that. I don't be sick. I don't be sick. When y'all seen me sick? I go live every day when I be sick. Facts. I don't be getting sick. The only time I've been sick since I was a kid, since I changed what I ate with COVID, and that wasn't no sickness, that was something else. That wasn't nothing normal. I could tell by the way it got in my body. That was something else. But still, my system was so clean with the fruits and the vegetables and herbs and spices and stuff, and still my system still brushed it off, and it was strong. Whatever it was strong. That's why so many people passed away. COVID was strong, strong. I kid you not. It was strong. And the thing about it depends on, I think, which strain you got. Because it was mutating. There was so many different strains. That's why people confused. Because COVID was mutating and there was different strains. So if you get this strain, you like that. But you get this strain, you like this. And if you got that strain that I got and you wasn't really healthy, it would have been hard for you to survive. You would have definitely had to go in the hospital, be on. Yeah, you would have to go to the hospital. hmm It was so strong. I had to sit down to brush my teeth. I couldn't even stand up to brush my teeth. It was strong and it was foreign. It was definitely a foreign germ or whatever. It wasn't nothing been around. I was born in 1958, so it's not supposed to be nothing new like that. That's why so many people didn't have no immune against it because it was new. But a lot of us, we didn't build up natural immunity against it now, so it won't hit as hard no more unless it mutate again into something totally different. But at the end of the day, in the beginning of the day, eat right and take care of yourself. Make sure you support the channel. Thanks for watching. Spread the message. Try to get more people to eat right. Try to get more people to take care of themselves. Don't argue about it. And always remember the most important thing is that you take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Always study. Always keep up with what's going on. And always expand. If you become plant-based, don't get stuck in your ways. You got to expand. You got to eat a lot of different things. And you constantly got to check your nutrition. So you constantly want to be taking a multiple vitamin. You want to always make sure you're getting all your vitamins. You want to take supplements because the earth is a little depleted, right? The earth is a little depleted. So you have to add supplements. You should be supplementing. And you don't have to do it all the time. Just make sure you do it. So you get a bottle of vitamin C and use it. When it's gone, you don't got to rush back out and get another one. You can wait a month or two and then get some more vitamin C. But you want to make sure that every vitamin is going through your body, that you ain't going no long period of time without that boost. So people say, well, ain't you getting enough vitamins in the food? It's like, yeah, but a boost always help you. So if you're already getting vitamin D, extra vitamin D don't hurt. You're already getting B12, extra don't hurt. Vitamin C, extra don't hurt. That's just more protection against colds and flus and all type of viruses. And they help keep you strong, strengthen you, to help you fight all these diseases, especially cancer. You understand? Because if you get cancer, vitamins won't prevent cancer, but you need all your strength to fight anything. So you think a body that gets a cancer in it that's got some vitamin deficiency, you're going to need all of that to fight it. So you want to keep your vitamins and your nutrients up to an all-time high at all the time. And you want to exercise, you want to be in shape. And you don't want to argue with anybody because this is self-improvement. So you can only spend so much energy trying to get somebody else. This is about you, self-improvement. This is about you looking. It's not about you trying to impress nobody or do what I said to do. This is about you looking and saying, okay, is this right or wrong? What do I need to do to take care of myself? It's self-improvement. It's not a contest. And if you eating the best you can and stuff and you get sick and something happen, oh well, things happen. But at least you gave it your best shot. At least you just didn't go out here and jump off the roof and just didn't try to take care of yourself at all. At least you tried. At least you gave some concern for your body, some concern for your health, and just didn't blow your health off like it's a joke. So thanks for supporting the channel, and y'all eat right, right? And think positive. See what I'm saying? Think positive and go into this year strong. Do better this year. V is for victory, and go vegan.